Hi all, welcome to day 2 of the Film Funding Conference. I hope that you're all doing well, and I hope that you're ready for another day packed with talks on different various ways of funding for your film. We're gonna start off with a really interesting talk on crowdfunding, specifically how to crowdfund between 10 and 100K for your film. We're then going to move on to how to actually book meetings with decision makers, how to actually find them, how to book those meetings, and how to get in front of them. We are then going to have a talk where we're going to learn about the differences between funding a film as low as 100 and even a 15 million. So we're going to have a producer, an exec producer will be coming on who's been experienced in producing films anywhere from 150K to 15 million, who will be talking about the various methods of funding those. We're then going to have a talk with 3 different film fund managers, and we're going to be discussing them exactly what they are looking for when it comes to applying for the film funds. And then finally, we will have a talk on impact funding and how you can use, how you can actually get your film to make an impact in the world outside of, just making the film, whether you have a theme on, any environmental or socio-political issues, and how you can use that to get more funding for your film. So as you can see today, we're going to have quite a wide range of different talks, which I'm sure there will be something in there for everyone. So I'd love to start off by introducing our first speaker, Justin Giddings. So Justin, I am going to add you to the stage now.
Brilliant. Hi, everyone. Hello, hello. Good to meet you all.
Hi, Justin. Thank you so much for coming on. I am going to let you take it away from here.
Okay, brilliant. I'll dive right in. Hi, everyone. My name is Justin Giddings. I am the founder of Greenlight Yourself, Inc. now. Which is a company sort of dedicated to partnering up with people kind of operating at the top of their game in whatever their field is and creating educational content for filmmakers. It's very much designed to be like market tested stuff, proven stuff, not, this one guy did this one thing one time, and so now he's going to teach a course, like none of that stuff. So for example, I have a film festival course that's with the guy who co-founded Slamdance and then ran AFI and then has been programming and directing festivals and working with filmmakers with their festival packages for 25 years, as an example, right? So the reason you'll probably hear those on for film festivals, it's because I also have I don't want to say dubious distinction, there's nothing dubious about it, but it's sort of odd that this happened. I'm known as the Kickstarter guy. So I'll give you sort of a quick background on how I got to that. So I got into the industry really young as an actor. Doing voiceover work. Like as a little kid, I would do voiceovers and spend all my money on Star Wars toys. And then I grew up and went to a conservatory for acting, got the official theatrical training, moved out to Los Angeles, worked there for 12 years. And I describe my career as I got insurance from SAG every year. So no, not famous, nothing like that. I had I wouldn't even say 15 minutes fame, like 8 minutes of fame or something in the early 2010s. I was on this show, this big web series that got turned into a TV show. This is my big break. I'm calling my mom, being like, hey, I made it, Mom. I'm going to be famous. So people recognized me in Kroger. I was very excited. And then the whole show got canceled, and that was it. And I was so frustrated. And I turned to my co-star. I was like, dude, we got to start making our own content. Why are we waiting for other people's permission to be creative? How can we greenlight ourselves? Thus the company name, Greenlight Yourself, because we ended up raising about $100,000 for 2 short films that we wrote. And that kind of 2 paths happened from there. First thing is that I became a filmmaker. I really kind of stopped acting. I've got a feature film coming out this year with Alfred Molina. I've had my shorts have all been distributed, collectively about 4 million views. I travel around teaching filmmaking stuff, particularly around short films, and of course, all this business side of filmmaking. So I am an in the trenches, currently working active filmmaker, just like all of you. And the other thing that happened was people started reaching out for help with their crowdfunding campaigns. And what started out as like coffee with friends to kind of give them tips over the last 11 years has turned into a very sort of specific and boutique coaching consultancy where I've helped nearly 350 campaigns launch, 11 million raised, and a 97% success rate. I work with Kickstarter. I'm one of their official experts. I'm a Forbes business coach. I consult and work with Seed and Spark and Indiegogo. So didn't mean for this to happen, but I find myself being the Kickstarter guy, the guy who teaches filmmakers how to crowdfund authentically, with integrity, relationship-centric. And that is what today's presentation, whiteboard, talk, discussion, webinar, masterclass, whatever you want to call it, is going to be about. Is how do you do this well, efficiently, with authenticity, and without like destroying the relationships that you've worked so hard to foster, both personal and professional relationships. So I see we're going to officially answer questions at the end, but since I'm going to post my website, if any of you want a consultation, you can get a free consultation with me. Don't do it right now. Wait until you listen to all this to make sure you actually want to crowdfund and that it's within the parameters that will serve you. That's the link, and I'll do it later. Couple of the shorts, you can just Google my name, Justin Giddings, and the short Outpost. This is normal and it's okay. Those are going to be the easiest ones to find at the top. Okay, so let's dive into notes. I have notes. So 3 strategies I'm going to go over. First one is how a story-based approach to crowdfunding is what's going to get you funded. Build your network, reinforce, protect, safeguard your network that you already have, and ultimately advance your career in a really awesome way. Second thing that I'm going to talk about is sort of the simple math of a successful high-level campaign. I don't have guru magic. There's a mathematical sort of formulaic approach to crowdfunding, and when all the numbers get plugged in, it like 2 + 2 = 4, and it just kind of works. And then the final thing is the 4-letter word that will protect, enrich, and expand your network. Normally, I write all that out in real time to be a surprise, but now you know what the 4-letter words are, and we'll get into it. Okay, so let's get started with strategy number 1, and that is story-based crowdfunding. How switching your crowdfunding techniques towards something that's really built around what you're good at, which is storytelling, is what's going to be successful. So the old method, the way people usually do crowdfunding for film, the reason why it's so annoying for so many people, why it busts people's relationships up, why there's so much trepidation and anxiety around crowdfunding, is because of what I call whiny crowdfunding. We need your help. WNYH. We need your help. Kind of spells whiny. These are those blind carbon copy mass emails. Hey, everybody, skip your coffee and give me $5. Or hey, if all my friends showed up, I'd be funded in 10 minutes. Or those low effort posts that are on social media that's just like, please give, please give. We have this thing. It's so amazing. Please give, please give. We need your help. 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 And the bummer is that filmmakers filmmakers, we're not stupid. In fact, I think filmmakers are some of the smartest people on the planet. The amount of hats we have to wear, the amount of balancing left brain, right brain stuff, creativity, problem solving. Filmmakers aren't stupid. It's just they don't know what they don't know, and so they repeat what they've seen. And so when all we've seen over and over again is that approach to crowdfunding, just basically begging people, please, dear God, we need your help. Give me your money, please. And that's what's been modeled for us. That's what we do. But that is not what you have to do. The better approach to this is story-based crowdfunding. So the new method is story-based crowdfunding. What is story-based crowdfunding? So people don't support projects. People don't support plots, concepts, ideas. People support stories. So I want to kind of give you an example of what I mean, okay? Because I'm not talking, like I said, plot stuff. I'm talking about like the story behind the film, the vision of the filmmaker, the cause or the mission that the film is championing. So I'm going to give you 2 examples. By the way, ZB, I am on my notes page. So if anybody like interjects or there's a sound issue or something, just hop in and tell me because I won't see it. I'm in the flow. Okay, so let me give you an example of how people tend to talk about their films. And if you've ever been to like a group Q&A or talk back or networking event, you're like, hey, tell me about your film. This is what you usually get. I'm going to give you an example from, I had a script win the Slam Dance screenplay competition. So I'm going to tell you that's the example I'm going to use. It's called The Peregrine. Okay, so you asked me, tell me about your film. Okay, so it opens on this, we're in this like big Malibu house that overlooks a beach. And there's like cool stuff on the walls. Like there's a letter from the president and medals and like swords and stuff. And then there's this old man, and he's sitting on this couch, he's like looking out the window, and he's having this like emotional thing. He's sad. So something's going on. He's kind of scratching at himself, but the camera kind of like, we're gonna like kind of dolling in on him. And then we hear like this knock at the door, and it's about like dying and like dealing with death. And okay, so question: who's lost and who's bored? I'm clicked over back to the comments because I want to actually hear, is anybody like totally lost and kind of checking out as I randomly start to tell you what happens in my thing, or I try to explain the concept of my film? It's kind of like deadening. Yes, both. Yes, yeah, everybody. Yeah, exactly. Both. Okay, bored. Good. You know it's a successful webinar when you're boring your audience. Okay, so let me give you an example. That's the way people do crowdfunding, right? They start talking about all the conceptual shit. I cuss a lot. Hope that doesn't bother anyone. Start talking about all the conceptual shit about their thing, or they start telling you the plot or the concept or how they're going to explore this cool idea. Let me give you an example of story-based approach to talking about your film in the crowdfunding. So The Peregrine is sort of my goodbye to my grandfather. My grandfather was my hero, and not just my hero, but he was like an American hero. He was the most decorated CIA spy in the agency's history. His name was Howard Hart. You can look up his obituary. This man was literally on an island in the Pacific as a little boy during the invasion of the Pacific during World War II. And he tells me this story about seeing this GI coming up over a hill. They can see the Japanese ships, and this GI coming up over the hill and picking him up and saying, "I'm taking you home, son. You're safe." And he told me, the rest of my life I dedicated to the United States. So this man was this big Scottish, just huge 6'4" man, indestructible. Except he had an assassination attempt when he was working in Pakistan that literally rearranged his organs. And from as young as I could remember, Grandpa was on the verge of death. Any minute now, he was going to die. Chain smoker, smoked 20 packs a day. The man was not long for this world. Except you couldn't kill this man. He just kept going. And about 10 years ago now, I got a call from my mom saying, "Hey, Grandpa's not long for this world." And it just kind of went in one ear and out the other. And he died. And I never got to say goodbye to him. I never got to tell him, sorry, I never got to say goodbye to him, never got to tell him that he was a hero, never got to tell him the impact that he had on my life. So this film is my way of honoring this man's legacy by imagining a story where we watch a man enter into the world of death. That's The Peregrine. Now, I imagine that that was more impactful for most of you. And maybe not all of you, by the way. That happens. Not everybody's going to always resonate. But I imagine for many of you, that was a lot more engaging, a lot more connecting. And that's because I focused on the story behind this film. Instead of telling you about the film and telling you the concept of the film, I told you why I gave a shit about the film, what it affected in me, where it had power for me. And that activates something. There's a reason why story-based crowdfunding, that approach is so powerful. And it's something called, I'm going to write, mirror, say that 10 times fast, mirror neurons. So mirror neurons. There's this amazing thing in our biology where we have physiological empathy. This is why film is so magical and amazing. Sit down in a room and our sensory input is brought down, right? Less light, all this kind of stuff. And we watch these 60-foot high mythic figures experience emotions. Why do we cry? Why do we experience catharsis? This is all made up bullshit on a 2D screen that happened months ago. All of us particularly know the artificiality of it. So why is it still so impactful? Because of these things, mirror neurons. Our brains evolved in order to be in a herd-based, sort of tribal-based civilization, and for us to help each other out. We actually developed this thing in our brains where when we observe somebody else in an emotional state, particularly an intense emotional state, our brains light up in the same way. So in other words, if I see somebody crying, the crying part of my brain gets activated. And I may not physically weep, but that same emotional spot, like they have MRI scans, like the crying part of my brain lights up. Think about how laughter is so contagious. You could be in the worst mood ever, but you start seeing other people laugh and other people giggle and generally just kind of start laughing and giggling too. Those strong emotions, it's because your brain is physiologically, literally lighting up. So the big takeaway for this first thing, because this is sort of the key to crowdfunding, because I'll get into some of the things like how do you avoid pissing people off and all that kind of stuff. But if you can authentically figure out your why are you making this film? Why aren't you making some other film? Why this particular project? Why are you investing time or money or hiring a coach or doing a challenging process like crowdfunding in this particular film? And you might have many reasons, and many of them might be, it's going to forward my career, it's going to advance, whatever. But there's an emotional drive behind choosing this particular project. That's what you want to connect to. It can be something funny. It can be angering, right? You can imagine documentaries with strong social or political missions being something that is really popular on crowdfunding platforms, partially because it's easier for most filmmakers to kind of talk about the mission, to get riled up, to get fired up. And then when prospective backers come to that page and they see that pitch video, their brains literally light up watching that thing. So this underpins everything that I do. I know, I'm an actor and I probably come off as really extroverted because in this situation, I'm kind of the expert on the thing. The reality of it is like, I'm kind of a shy guy. I got a little bit of social anxiety and I generally don't like asking for help. I'm the guy in the group projects that always was just like, tell me what I need to do and I'll do it perfectly and deliver and don't talk to me, right? So like, I know what it's like to like not want to bug people and not want to ask for help and be a little anxious and shy about my reputation and all that kind of stuff. This is that solve, because when you understand what's driving you, everything else starts to fall away. Some of you might have heard that story and heard American CIA spy and instantly went into like a political direction about how fucked up the CIA has been for everybody and totally lost interest. Just not your jam. You have no desire to be a part of this project or anything like that because like politically it doesn't align or what. That's fine. That's not for you. This project wouldn't be for you. You wouldn't contribute. But for some of you, well, you might have had a family member you weren't able to say goodbye to. Or you might have had a situation where somebody needed to hear the words you needed to say and you couldn't find ways to speak them. So something about this is going to resonate with you, right? But you've got to know your why. You've got to know what drives you. This is going to sustain you, not just through your crowdfunding campaign, but through production, through the entire life cycle of filmmaking, which, as we all know, is tough as hell, so hard. So what is going to sustain you and what is going to light up your audience, your prospective backers, executives? I'm doing the next talk where we're going to talk about some similar stuff. All that stuff is knowing this deep, strong, emotionally driven why. Why are you making this project? Not something else, but this project. Okay, so people don't support stories, plots. They don't support concepts. They don't All that shit's great. You're going to put it in your pitch video, but what you need to lead with is this. I can tell you about how that Peregrine, I'm going to be shooting it on film, like actual film, because I want to capture some of the vintage thing. He was big in like the 70s. That's when he literally ran the station in the Mideast. We're going to do practical. There's this Egyptian myth about when we die, we turn into these birds. And so he's literally going to physically turn into a bird. And I don't want to do VFX. I'm going to have like actual feathers, and I'm getting a dispensation from some indigenous tribes to use some special feathers. Like, I can get into all that shit. And that stuff might be interesting, but not until you're bought in. And you're not going to buy in until like you give a shit. The only way you're going to give a shit is if I give a shit, right? Does that make sense? Okay. Let's move on to strategy 2. So you have your project, you've deeply explored what it is that is driving you. What is the math of a high-level campaign? How do you do a $20,000 to $60,000 campaign? By the way, that's kind of the average range, 10 to 100K. I'll talk about sort of the extremes at another point. But how do you do that kind of intense range, right? So that brings me to the second thing. Simple math, the 3 essentials of a successful campaign. There's 3. I'm going to break down these pieces. So here's the old way that people did this. It was like thoughts and prayers, right? I would send out a survey before I did this masterclass the first couple of times. And over, I kept seeing this concern that the campaign's not going to be successful. That all this work, all this time, all this investment that you put into it, you're just going to end up with like a pissed off mob of former friends and still not have money. So some people will be like, if I got that money, I could handle some angry friends, but it's like, you don't even know if you're going to get that money. So all you're going to have is like angry people and no checking account. So people would build their campaigns haphazardly. They like knew that they needed to do it, but they didn't know how. So they'd kind of like, they pulled together tips and strategies that sound good and then just kind of hope people show up. Like if you build it, they will come. If they think about it hard enough, it'll happen. If they pray and beg God, then they can then go beg other people and it'll happen. And then they panic when none of that works. And then that's when you get back to whiny, desperate crowdfunding. Oh my God, it's not working. Okay, we need your help. I need your help. We need your help. We need your help. So the new method is just to do the math. Let's plug in the pieces into the formula. Successful crowdfunding is a simple formula. It's not easy. There's a lot of nuance and pieces to this. For example, in my coaching, there's like 10 hours of content broken up into 5 modules, and then you do a module, and then we have a coaching call. But like literally before we can even get to coaching, there's at least a couple of hours of basics you got to get under your belt. There's a lot there, but these are the top level things that that you have to have. These are the A squared plus B squared equals C squared elements, right? So let's do this. So the very first thing is that you have to have a marketing plan. Okay. Most people view their project as their plan. They have something really interesting and cool and exciting. And it's like, okay, if people see this, they're going to love it. And you're not wrong. If people see it, they're going to love it. It's the if people see it part that's the hard part. That's the crowdfunding part. You have to drive traffic to a website. And that's a thing. It's called marketing. Now, oftentimes filmmakers will hear things like marketing or sales or something like that. It kind of freaks them out because it's like, I'm a creative person. I don't really like to market. I don't want to like promote myself. Here's the thing. Good marketing is good storytelling. I'm going to say that again. I'm going to do the Tony Robbins thing and repeat myself. Good marketing is good storytelling. When you tell a good story, people respond. Think about viral marketing campaigns. Think about the most interesting ads and commercials that you've seen. It's because there's a narrative there. There's a story there. It may not be beginning, middle, and end, but there's enough stuff happening that it's saying something beyond just buy my shit, buy my shit, buy my shit, right? You guys are all naturally good at marketing. You just need to know sort of the specifics of how you do that, how you take that storytelling skill and put it into an email or a social media post or a piece of outreach and do it with authenticity and integrity and so forth, right? But that basic skill of marketing, that is a thing that you are naturally good at. The other thing about marketing that works in our favor is that it is based off of metrics. It very much is math. When there's things like a conversion rate, the percentage of people who come to a site and actually contribute, the average backer amount. When you know all those things, you can literally reverse engineer your campaign. So I'm going to do that. We're going to do that right now. So I'm going to go $50,000, right? Here, let me get blue. So if I poke anything, you can see it. Okay. Second, dropped it. All right. All right. So let's say $50,000. Okay. Okay. You can generally expect a backer average of about $50. It usually goes a bit higher. Particularly, most of my campaigns are closer to 100, but I like to lower expectations so that everything is happy surprises. So, plus it makes the math easy. All right, so 50K, you get an average of $50, so that means you need 1,000 backers, right? Well, here's the bummer. You're only going to get 5 to 10% of the people who come to your crowdfunding page to actually contribute. So that means you need 20,000 hits, right? 20,000 hits. Now, I don't know about you, but I don't have 1,000 friends. I don't have 1,000 family members. I don't have a 20,000 person email list. And of course, that's 20,000 times somebody saw a link out on the internet and decided to click on it. That's called a click-through rate. That can range wildly. This last number is slightly back of the envelope, but roughly, you need 10 times the amount of money in the how do I say this? If you're asking for $50,000, you need 500,000 impressions. So 10 times the amount in impressions than you're asking for money. That's a rough number. And that's like roughly 15,000 impressions a day. So 15,000 times a day, somebody's got to see your link in an email, in social media, so that eventually you get about 10 to 20,000 people to click through, so that 1,000 people will give you money. And like I said, I don't have that in like friends and family or mailing list or something like that. Okay. So I'm going to talk about the second element, which is how you get that kind of reach. But friends, family, fans, and followers. These are the 4 Fs: family, friends, fans, and followers. They're important. They're going to be a large part of your contribution base, but not because they are your family, friends, and followers. They are going to be a large portion of your contribution base because they have an awareness around you, something called a warm market, which I'll get into a little bit later. But I just quick side note to say, yes, they're important, but not for the reason that you think. Plus, you don't have 500,000 of them anyway. So the second the second item is how we get this reach. It is by building a core team of people. I hope people can see this. Core team of people. I call these core team members. The core team acts as sort of an organic social echo chamber. So if you post something and it reaches 50 people, something like that, but then you have 5, 10 people come along and comment and like and share that post, now all of a sudden you're going to reach not 5 or 10 times that amount. So not 250 or 500 people. You're going to reach 1,000, 2,000, several thousand people from that amount of organic engagement. Because all these social media platforms, they all love organic engagement. It's what drives the algorithm. And they get really excited when they see, and then because they're creepy and they know everybody's personal information and everything, they know exactly who's going to like this post and the content of the post, and they start delivering it to people. Very targeted because they have all this massive data. Okay. So that is an example of a core team in action. That is how you get that kind of reach. You do a couple of posts like that per day, and each of those core team members are also doing their own forms of direct outreach and that kind of stuff. Well, all of a sudden it's like, oh, maybe you can get to like 15,000 impressions a day when you have 5 or 10 people doing this job. So each core team member is generally, historically, I have said that it's worth 5K. All right. Even in my training, and that's still technically true. However, crowdfunding is getting tougher, and so if what I tell my clients now is 5K is sort of that minimum. So if you were going for 50,000, you would need 10 core team members. But let's pretend that each core team member is worth maybe 3,000, and then plan accordingly. I'd rather you have too many core team members, too much support, too many people strategically talking about your film than too little. So think of that 5K as kind of a minimum. All right, so then the final element, so you've got a marketing plan, right? You have an approach that is based on strategy and not, just, again, posting and hope people come. You built up a core team of people who are going to help spread the word. And then the final element, that third element, is an adequate amount of prep time. Prep time. So we're all filmmakers. This should make sense. I won't even spend a ton of time here. It's pre-production, right? I don't care what film you're doing. You are going to spend more time in pre-production than you're going to spend in production. You could be doing a 2-day short and you're going to spend at least a couple weeks probably prepping for that, if not a couple months. Why? Because you're doing all that prep so that on the day, people can just like do their job and it's going to run as smoothly as it possibly can. And if a fire shows up or something happens, some sort of thing happens, all that prep is what allows you to handle that and pivot and deal with that. Same thing with crowdfunding. There shall be no Googling, how do I get funded once you have launched? All the work of a successful campaign is in the preparation of that campaign. During the campaign, my clients have a checklist, and it's mostly everything you think it is. Send out emails, send out some social media stuff, post some things, send out some texts. It's all that stuff. But my clients, I recommend 90 days of prep, 90 days of prep in order to collate, organize, strategize around the audience that you already have. Family, friends, fans, and followers. Build the audience, build the crowd from which to crowdfund, right? Because here's the thing. Those family, friends, fans, and followers, they're out there. They exist. But if you make this transactional, hey, skip your coffee and give me $5. Stop doing something you like, but give me money. Hey, if all my friends gave me this money, hey, you're my friend, so that means you owe me money. If you were really my friend. Even the whininess and the desperation. Where you're at right now doesn't matter. My needs are bigger than yours. You're going to absolutely ruin relationships and piss people off and kind of ick people. They're going to get the ick with that kind of thing, okay? You have to spend time in order to identify the actual scope of your network. Identify by relationship what your engagements and interactions are going to look like. How you got to customize some of that outreach then, okay? Some random email that you have that you got from some newsletter or something, okay, you want to do some personalization and stuff, but that's not a big deal. But like your friend, a colleague, a professional colleague, how do you talk about this? So as an example, there's something I call the heads up style message. And this is a good sort of basic template that I do for my messaging. Heads up, I've got this project. You've probably seen a lot of posts about it. Here's the link. Look, if you want to contribute, that's awesome, of course. But honestly, this is kind of a good excuse for me to reconnect with you. It's been a while. So regardless of whether or not you contribute, hit me back. Let me know what's going on in your life. Let me know what's going on in your career. I'd love to reconnect. It's relationship centric. It's relationship forward. And by keeping it that way, there will be a lot of, I swear, it will be magical. People have gotten jobs out of this, romantic relationships. People have gotten hired out of this. Oh my gosh, I haven't thought of you in years. I'm actually casting this thing and you're sort of perfect for it. You should come in and audition. Like happens all the time. Or you should come shoot this thing or whatever it is, right? Because that relationship is centric and people will respond to that, even if they don't contribute or don't contribute then. They might contribute later. So like this really becomes an opportunity to engage and activate, but like that takes time. You can use a template email to like get your information across, but if you're going to customize it for 100 people and it takes you 10 minutes to do it, 100 times 10 minutes is 1,000 minutes, which is many hours. I don't know, 12-ish, something like that. Like that just takes time, right? So you've got to give yourself an adequate amount of prep time. So when you put those three pieces together, have a marketing plan, have a team to help you execute that plan. You give everybody an adequate amount of prep time to do that job well. That's why my people have a 97% success rate. It's not magic guru stuff. I've got a little bit of that working with me. I can get us in the newsletter and stuff, but like, frankly, none of that matters unless those other three elements are there. So looking at time, I'm going to move on to strategy number 3. So we have some time for some questions. Okay, so this is the 4-letter words that tend to run people's campaigns. All right, first one, obviously, is fear, right? We're social animals. We don't want to push people away, okay? We're professionals. We worked hard to build our networks. We mirror neurons are a thing. So it's important that we are enthusiastic and excited and have integrity and authenticity, because that's how we want people to respond to us. And if we're operating out of fear, it's weird. It's like almost metaphysical. You can just taste the fear. You can taste the desperation. But you can taste the confidence and the enthusiasm on the other side of it. So how can we make sure that we are doing everything we can to take care of our audience? What's the 4-letter word that will actually help you protect, enrich, expand your network, and help you find your creative voice as well as your sort of your marketing voice, right? And that is APPS, APPS. Authenticity, passion, personalization, specificity. I'm going to go through these quick so that we have some time for Q&A. Authenticity, be yourself. I know that sounds like a glib thing to say, but the truth of it is that all of us are very, very different. And when we get into social media land or we get into email writing land, we start doing that thing where we model what we've seen other people do. It's supposed to be who you are. I am an emojis and 10,000 exclamation marks kind of guy. If I started trying to write like very professional, blah, 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 it would be weird. If you are somebody who is a reserved person, you should remain as such. Sorry, I just saw my thing. I'm still here. Yeah, okay, great. I had somebody who's kind of like a sassy in your face kind of guy. He's like ripped guy. But also literally the nicest person I know. When my therapist told me to have a voice in my head of somebody who cheers you on, it was this guy. Like literally, I always say he will give you the shirt off of his back, but also so you can see his abs. That's Nathan. I love this man deeply. So his posts were like, hey, I'm doing this crowdfunding campaign. If you don't contribute to it, I'm going to have to post more pictures of my abs, and I can't be held responsible for what your wives think about it. People were like, fuck you, man. I just gave you money. Stay away from my wife, LOL. And like, that is him. And people thought that was hilarious, and they loved it, and they responded to it. There was positive energy. And even total strangers who came along could kind of see that the vibe was like, oh, we're having fun, right? If I tried to post that, well, first off, I don't have abs. Second, it would be weird. It'd be so weird if I did that. So be yourself, whatever that is. Have that voice. Passion. You got to care more for your project than other people. Figure out your why and constantly return to that. Imagine you're sitting across from somebody that you care about, a friend, a colleague. Talk to them like how you would actually talk and get as excited as you would. That brings me to personalization, right? Really have somebody in your head when you are writing your social media post. Like you're sitting down and instead of being like, hey, everyone, hey, like and subscribe. Hey, everyone, I got this thing. Like think about a specific audience member type. Okay, if I'm making a sci-fi, I'm thinking about like the Star Trek nerds. All right, guys, set phasers to awesome! Exclamation point! Exclamation point! Why? Because we're making this thing. Blah 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 blah. Like that's how I talk. All right, and if I was sitting down with a friend, it would be like, dude, set your phaser to awesome because I'm about to blow your freaking mind, man. And I go into like Southern California dude speak. That's how I talk, right? Because I'm imagining somebody I'd actually be talking to. And that leads me to specificity. Weirdly, I like to not get too specific with this because I think this is like the artistic piece in a weird way. Wes Anderson is a really easy example of hyper specificity being the fullness, but a large proportion of his style. Same thing for you guys. I want you to remember who you are. I want you to give a shit. I want you to think about who you're talking to and then dive down into the specifics of all those things that make you, what make this project the project, that make the audience that you're reaching out to special to you and important to this project. So you put those 3 things together. Story-based crowdfunding. Put together your numbers. 3 essentials. Focus on authenticity, passion, personalization, specificity. That's how you have a successful campaign. And I've given us no time for Q&A. ZB, you're up. Back to you. There you go.
I am up. All right, fantastic. So for everyone else, please feel free to ask questions in the chat. I see we've got some already. I've got one question to start off. First of all, could everyone in the chat please write down if you have ever tried crowdfunding before, if you have ever crowdfunded before, and if you did, what year you tried to crowdfund? because I think that'll be interesting. And my first question to kick everything off, Justin, is just a quick one on how do you feel like crowdfunding has changed in the last, since your first crowdfunding campaign until now? What has been the biggest change in terms of how to make a campaign successful?
Yeah, I'd say the biggest piece is that, frankly, it used to be where somebody would hire me and they could do half of my prep and they'd have a massively, wildly successful campaign. And now it's you got to like really prep. You really got to lean in to the process. I was telling you earlier, I met with Kickstarter and they were saying how, the head of film was like, I could get on Kickstarter at any time. This was a couple weeks ago. I met her in New York. I could get on Kickstarter at any time and find $100,000 plus project. And she's like, now it's like once a month or two. So everything's kind of compressing down. It also isn't like $3,000 and $5,000 campaigns anymore. It's like 10 and 20 is sort of the lower threshold. But I'd say for most people, 20 to 60K is your sweet spot. Outside of that, you're really entering into a territory where the amount of effort you'd be putting in to overcome some of the challenges may not be worth it. In fact, it might be better what I'm going to talk about next in the next talk. So I would say that's the
right.
Yeah.
Okay. So keep some questions coming, guys. I think they're now. I see the dates that I've asked for, which is great. I've got one question as well about rewards, and I'm just wondering because rewards are something that's I think when you have really great rewards, like I've helped on this campaign once where they were quite literally like basically selling services. So they were, they had like someone who was like a headshot photographer, they had someone with show reels, and they were having all these rewards, which was, get your headshots taken, get show reels, and they were literally giving people what they wanted, so that even if someone didn't quite care about the campaign, they were like, oh, but I really like this reward. And I'm just wondering, from all the campaigns that you've coached on, do you have any examples of when someone has put together like a really great original reward that wasn't just, hey, here's a link to the film, that you can think of that was like, oh, that's really cool. I haven't thought of that.
Yeah. Concept. There was one where a concept artist would take photos and turn them into characters in the world, and then the writer would write bios of those characters. So there was one with a musician who was holding his guitar, and he got turned into like this space marine holding this giant gun. And the illustrator was like, took him maybe 10 minutes to do. It's a sketch, right? But it's good. And then the writer was like, yes, Captain whatever was, blah, 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 blah. And then we this was actually one of the campaigns I worked on. We made it a square so that it could be profile pictures. So people started posting the profile pictures with the link. And we would put the bio and the link on the profile on the thing, so that in the profile picture it just was showing up. That was devious. And now it was time, but it didn't cost money to do either, right? And that's generally you don't want to be doing like physical items if you can avoid it, that are going to eat into your profit, if you will. So that while that was time based, that was something that they could kind of do at their own time rather than, spending money to get it out.
Yeah. Okay. That's really interesting. We've got a question over here because, a big part of the strategy is building that core team. And we've got a question about that, which is in building a team, what should your team consist of? Is it filmmakers? Is it people that are, doing social media? So maybe if you can go just into a little bit more detail, who are the core team members?
So I have 2 hours of training on like basically this question. So I'm going to give you the super quick version. You're looking for people who are incentivized to get excited about the campaign and to really have some ownership over it. So generally, I recommend offering producer level credits, like associate producer. It can really be beneficial for somebody without costing there's not even like PGA rules around it. Producer level credits. But honestly, most core team members come along for like the connections and the networking and sort of the community. We all talk about making stuff, but then somebody's actually making a thing. I'll give this example. I had a core team member on my first project 12 years ago. I've read every script she's ever written. I've helped her get agents. I've consulted with her. You know, she has an indefinite line of credit with me for anything ever. Being one of my core team members was really, really good for her career. And that's what you're looking for. You're looking for people where this can be a win-win. For kind of spreading the word, what can you offer them? Okay, producer level credit. You know, my clients get to offer their team members access to my training for free, and they didn't have to hire me. And then, you know, this kind of like, I can make introductions for you. So I'm a big fan of like literally asking prospective core team members, what would make this worth it for you? You know, maybe you're a really good screenwriter. Hey, if you've got a script, I'll give you notes. I'll help you work on this script, you know, or if you're a good marketer, you can help them. Hey, I'll help you get up your social media. You know, whatever skill set that you have in the industry or outside of the industry that you can offer, bartering, that's another great way to bring value. It can be anybody. People have had family members, friends, other filmmakers, random Craigslist posts, people who are fans of that genre or something like that. And this is where we get into like, you know, all sorts of different categories and incentives and that kind of stuff.
Okay, really interesting. And we got a question about the pitch video as well. Should we shoot a video / pitch covering the background to the story and maybe history of the director and actors attached? And you know, maybe even while answering this question, if you can give a very quick, what should be in that main pitch video in the crowdfunding?
Yeah, I'll give you the super quick version. There's 4 pieces of a pitch video. There's the hook, which is your first 15 to 20 seconds. It can be visual. It can be a little skit or sketch. It can be concept images. It can be voiceover. It can be stock footage with voiceover or cool music. My sci-fi was stock footage of the International Space Station with like our composer's early stuff for like 10 seconds and then title screen, right? A hook, something that grabs them. Second is about 30 seconds. This is the about or story. Literally, what is it? I am doing a short film that is a sci-fi. It is called this. It is logline out. Like really, really quick. Literally what it is. The next section is the passion of the why section. And that's this. 2 questions you got to answer. Why do you care? Why are you doing this? This is where you're going to light up their mirror neurons. And then why you think that audience should care. So, for example, this is a story about my grandpa. I never got to say goodbye to him. This is a way to honor his legacy and explore the pain that I felt, right? Okay, that's my why. That's why I'm doing this thing. And as I said earlier, like you may not have a CIA grandpa. So this is the why should the audience care? Okay, so you may not have a CIA grandpa, but you might have somebody in your life that you didn't get to say goodbye to. Or you have stuff left unsaid, and this film is for you. So now I've translated my experience into why it might apply for them, why this film might resonate for them, right? And then the last 15, 20 seconds is the ask. And literally keep it simple. Don't say the amount. So we're crowdfunding for this. If you want to contribute, we have awesome perks. Maybe you highlight a perk. But if you can't contribute, feel free to share. And, you know, and then gratitude. Thank you. And then you're out.
Great.
That's the sport version.
Amazing. I know because I've gone through your coaching that there's a lot more there, but thank you for being so concise with that. And then we've got a final question over here. Can you share, you know, a not so successful crowdfunding experience and what did you learn from it? I mean, did you have any, you know, crowdfunding experiences that were just particularly tough or where you've seen some people who didn't make it, and what are those most common issues?
The 2 hardest are short films that are above 40K. Like the only failed campaigns are campaigns that had everything that they were supposed to have, but it was like a short film that was asking for like 80K. And it's just tough. It's just really, really, really hard. The other thing is people, when they have influencers or celebrities, I kind of hate influencer celebrity campaigns because everybody assumes that influencer or that celebrity will make a difference. And honestly, 8 out of 10 times they don't. There's a lot of reasons for that, but unlike traditional financing, people aren't just flocking to. And I've had campaigns that have had A-listers in it. Now it can't help. It absolutely can help. I've also had campaigns where this has been a big thing, But the problem is like you don't know ahead of time. I had a sci-fi starring William Shatner. You would think that sci-fi would do really, really well because all the Star Trek fans. I mean, Trekkies, like, why not? And eventually it did, but the filmmakers kind of assumed and like didn't do a lot of the prep. And the first 2 weeks of that campaign, I was like, oh, we're screwed. This is not happening. Then we turned things around. They started listening to the actual marketing techniques, and then it totally helped, and they were successful. But I really get nervous about influencer and celebrity people in a campaign because so often it just means the client is not going to really take the process seriously because they think, oh, you know, this person's got 1 million followers. We'll be fine. And you're not. Probably.
Yeah. Great. Well, thank you so much. I mean, this was incredibly insightful as always. So thank you for giving so much information in such a short period of time.
Yeah. If anybody wants to have a consultation with me, for some reason I can't post now to the comments. It's just saying, give me an error. TheKickstarterGuy.com. TheKickstarterGuy.com. If you're looking to raise between 20 and 60, definitely. But even if it's a bit higher, feel free to fill that out and we'll reach out. But yeah, there's no sign up now at the end. It's not a sales call. I just got to know your project and tell you if I think it can be successful and why. And like we dialogue about that. ZB, you've been through this, and then you walk away and you decide if you want to do it, and you email me. Like I literally don't even do follow up. Most of my fee is on the back end of the campaign, so it really is kind of useless for me to like try to convince people to do this. And why there's no buy now button on my website. So thekickstarterguy.com to get a free consultation.
Great, thank you so much.
Rock on.
I am going to remove you from the stage for about 5 minutes, so that before we bring you back on for the next talk. And for everyone else, we are going to take a very quick 5-minute break now. We'll let Justin wipe out and redo the backboard, the whiteboard behind him, and then we're going to get onto the next talk that Justin will be doing on how to book meetings with actual decision makers. Which is going to be extremely interesting. So if you figured maybe crowdfunding isn't for me, then you'll definitely be interested in that next talk. And in the meantime, just want to remind everyone that you can still claim your 1 month free of CineCircle Pro. I think over 100 of you have claimed it already in the last 24 hours, and you have, some of you have started networking in our group over there. But aside from that networking group, you will also have access to a ton of our different webinars, masterclasses. We do pitching competitions. You have access to certain film funds as well. So there's a huge array of different events that you guys do have access to from there. Besides that, as I mentioned, there is that networking group, and we do have a specific group for everyone here from this event. So if you don't manage to exchange information over here and you want to continue networking somewhere with all the attendees from the event, you can do so on that specific group there on CineCircle Pro. Besides that, there are also a huge amount of discounts from different festival film funds and other places that you can find over there. So feel free to sign up. It's a 30-day free trial that's exclusive to you guys over here on this conference. So you can just scan this QR code, sign up. There's also going to be a reminder 3 days before that trial is over if you don't want to keep it. So yeah, feel free to check it out while we wait, and we will be back in about 3 or 4 minutes time. It would help if I would unmute myself. Okay, guys. So we're gonna move on to the next talk. So I'm just going to add Justin back to the stage. Justin, welcome again. Okay, I'll let you take it from here.
All right, I got a ton of stuff to get into again, so I'm going to try to move super fast. Just because I know some people imagine this is going to get cut up down the road, so I'll just do real quick background. So my name is Justin Giddings, co-founder, not co-founder, only founder, my own company, Greenlight Yourself. And I got into the industry young as an actor. And despite having a lot of success, felt like I was always waiting for permission to be creative. Thus, I created the company Greenlight Yourself after crowdfunding for 100K for some films. So the shortest bio I've ever done. So what Greenlight Yourself does is I find partners that are experts in their field and where I have some overlap as well. And I bring them in to sort of teach people how to do what they do at the highest level that they do it. So this next talk is going to really stems from my work with a woman named Mara McCann. I'm going to see if I can post again. I refreshed. Let me see if I can post. Nope, still can't. So, but I can do private chat, I think. So here is that link, CB, if you want to put that in there. So Mara McCann is a former venture capitalist and worked in the tech space for like 20 years. And when she decided to become an actress, she took all those skill sets that she had into the creative space and had a tremendous amount of success. People started coming to her going, how do you do what you do? And what she basically had to do in her tech job was like, managing hundreds of millions of dollars is like reaching out to money people, reaching out to investment people, reaching out to CEOs, getting meetings with them, doing that efficiently, doing it often. Her job essentially was making meetings with decision makers. When she got into the arts, she took that exact same technique and started applying it. Now, for me, and the reason why I'm teaching this today, well, first off, she now helps run a film fund, so she's busy. But the other thing is that like everything that she had taught was stuff that I had kind of figured out over time. Not everything, God, not everything. But like sort of my natural inclination as well in terms of how to do these meetings and that kind of stuff. So together, we put our heads together. We've taught this now over 6,000 to 6,000 people. We've had people get their films financed out of the first meetings. We've had people become showrunners and writers and get hired to be video games on A-list titles. Honestly, of the programs I do, crowdfunding and film festivals are the other two big things, and those are very niche specific use cases. But DMM, Decision Maker Meetings, is the name of this program. Decision Maker Meetings is, I think, the most ubiquitously helpful, powerful thing, because what this teaches you is kind of how to unlock this industry. This industry is based on relationships, and if you can, again, sort of formulaically have a system to build and expand and develop those relationships into an actual network. I can't, it's like hyperbolic. I can't overstate how life-changing this can be in kind of a crazy short amount of time. It takes consistency and discipline, but just imagine if you're making a meeting, let's say one a week, and most of our people, if they're doing this, they can get to several a week, but let's say you're doing one a week. 1 week, first off, actually, I'm going to ask this in the chat for real. Like, when is the last time, let's say over the last 12 months, how many times have you had a meeting with somebody who could materially affect the trajectory of your project? A decision maker, funding, distribution, production, some major element that needed unlocked that you spoke to a decision maker. Over the last 12 months, how many meetings have you had? And by the way, there's no good or bad answer. It's to just kind of illustrate a point where most of us kind of are operating at. let's say how many, just roughly how many meetings you've had with that level of person. 2, 0, 0. I imagine there's some people in here who are in the, maybe 3, 4, 5, maybe 10. Maybe somebody in here is like, oh, I've had like 10 of those meetings. Yeah. Okay, cool. And what I'm seeing in the chat, and we're all seeing, is like, 1 to 3, 1 to 4. Here I see someone who's had, 15 to 20 meetings. Excellent. Great. Okay. Brilliant. Cool. So I'm seeing, on average, under 10, couple of people, plus 10, 15, 20, right? What decision maker meetings, what this webinar is going to kind of open up to you is how you can literally start having a meeting every week, or 2 meetings every week. Or if you're like Mara and you're a freaking nut job, you're having 10 meetings a week. No, she had 400 meetings in 1 year. So what is that, 8-ish meetings a week, something like that. That's how she went from no-name actress to running a film fund in 2 years. So that's what, 400 meetings. So that's what we're going to be talking about today, is how to find and connect with these decision makers, and then have the meetings with them that are going to lead to the long-term results that you want. Cool. Brilliant. Okay, so I'm going to pull up my notes. I'm going to try to haul ass because I've already eaten into some of my time from the last thing. So let me pull up strategy number 1. So the first thing that we're going to talk about is, so 3 things we're going to talk about. First one is the number 1 sort of overlooked tool that will help you find and connect and book meetings with high-level industry decision makers. Second thing is how to not fuck up that meeting, waste time, waste their time, waste your time, come off as unprofessional. And then finally, really talking about like why it's not about impressing these gatekeepers, or whether you have a long resume with tons of experience or projects and awards, right? This sort of thing like, but I'm a nobody. We're going to answer that like, but I'm a nobody thing. Okay. So strategy number 1, the number 1 overlooked tool. So I want you to hear this statement. Most of your problems, most of your speed bumps are going to be unlocked, solved by a who, not a how. Most of your problems will be solved by a who, not a how. It's not exactly who you know, but really it's who knows you in this industry. It is the reputation. It is the connection. For international sales, there's the thing called the Q score, and it's literally like an awareness score. So, well, if you got to know people, okay, and you don't have the benefit of some nepotism, what do? Okay, well, you got to network. Okay. I hate the word networking. So this is the old method. The old tool is networking, right? First off, sounds like a whole lot of work that netted me nothing. And yes, I felt very clever when I came up with that. It's like you're going to, think about it. You go to like an event or a meetup or a producer workshop or director workshop or a festival or a party or a film festival or film markets. And you're like, what, business cards? Or you're sitting there and you're like, tell me about yourself. And you realize 2 seconds in that like, there's no connection. They're probably in the same boat as you are, at the same level that you are. It's like such a way. How many times have you brought home business cards and that like turned into something? I have had, somewhere literally in my office, because I'm an idiot, I still keep this shit. It's like a Ziploc baggie of business cards that like one day I think I'm going to give to my assistant to do something with. It's never going to happen. All right. It's a waste of time. And also, like, again, I get nervous. I get socially anxious. I don't want to be in. I think I'm an actor because I like to be on stage. I like to be in front of people. But I get like, I'm not going to be at a party and be like, and start talking about my stuff. Like, makes me nervous. So I don't even like doing Zoom on my coaching calls. I like being on the phone. So all that is to say, if you're anything like me, the idea of networking sounds like a living hell. So let's not do it. Even if you're good at networking, you're still competing for other people's attention. So even if you love networking, if you're at a party, you have to like get in with that meeting. How many times have you watched like a filmmaker or something be trapped in a conversation by somebody who's just like blasting them with bullshit? And you're just like, oh my gosh, shut up and let me talk because I want to get in there and I have stuff to say, right? Like networking traditional networking, I personally think, is not very fruitful, not very effective, kind of a giant pain in the ass, can be time consuming and expensive, not repeatable. It's so totally dependent on external circumstances that you have outside of yourself. So what is the right tool? What is the tool that can help you network quickly and sustainably over and over again? Well, there is this magical place where industry executives hang out literally for the sole purpose of building their network, connecting to creative content makers like you. It is LinkedIn. LinkedIn. Now, you might have heard of LinkedIn. It's the place where like salespeople go to do salesy stuff. Professionals go to do professionally stuff. It's a social media network. Boo, social media. It is none of those things anymore. Okay, so in the tech world, even like billionaire CEOs have profiles on there. In the production world, in the industry world, there are 5,000 executive producers on LinkedIn. It's 5,000 people that are either directly financing or are in the sort of generally, for most executive producers, sort of in the financing portion of filmmaking. That's just one piece. Showrunners, game developers, for all you writers out there, oh my gosh, go get hired on a video game and make a ton of money and do awesome, cool shit. There's so much opportunity out there. And what is different about LinkedIn is that it's not a social media profile. It is a professional networking site. And there are so many industry people on there, and it allows you to be formulaic in your outreach. Now, I'm going to talk about how you can take these techniques and apply them even to Instagram, apply them to IMDb Pro. But it really starts with understanding LinkedIn. And I'm going to break down the pieces of it, which I think will help do that. But if you can unlock this, literally, I'm telling you, I started working with Mara, and like 6 months later, that's how the Alfred Molina film happened. I won't go into the whole story because I'll get in a tangent. It'll take a bunch of time. But like, literally met a producer that was like, "Oh, this film that you guys have been shooting for like super cheap, we'll give you 150,000. Hire a star actor to come in and be that star, and we'll just take care of all of it." And even a very generous LLC agreement that gives me like 20% profit. Like in 6 months, it was nuts. Okay, so that's what we're going to be talking about today. All right, so I'm going to break down sort of the stepping stones to go from like getting on LinkedIn to booking these meetings. Because again, what are we looking for? We're looking. Imagine if you have a meeting every week, 52 meetings a year. You are going to move your project forward in very rapid and incredible ways, right? So this is how you get to those meetings. So the first piece is profile. I sent ZB a link to Mara's profile. So ZB, if you haven't put that in, or even if you did, if you'll put that in now, you can sort of look at Mara's profile as obviously sort of the perfect example of this profile. The profile, think of the profile as your pitch deck. The profile is your pitch deck. The profile is where we quickly find out who you are, what you're focused on. I'm going to talk about how to set it up more a little bit later as well. But the profile is where you can put sort of your best foot forward. It's not even just a resume. It's really designed to be like a hyper-specific resume about the stuff that you're working on now. So you can run point on whatever it is you're moving forward now. And the cool thing about it is that the LinkedIn algorithm is going to see that profile, a well filled out profile, and it's going to actively put you in front of the people who are looking for your stuff. So now you have this massive social media algorithm, right? Social media in quotes, in the sense that it's like that same level of data processing and power, but it's designed to create professional connections. If you get onto LinkedIn and you start posting like political stuff like your crazy uncle does on Facebook, you will literally have people underneath be like, "Hey, this isn't Facebook, this is LinkedIn, change your content." Like, it's a self-policing. People are there to do business, to make connections, to foster professional relationships. It's the whole purpose of the entire damn site. So if you set yourself up correctly, that site will actively put your face in front of hundreds, if not thousands of people who are looking for what you do, because that's why you got put in front of them. It's because the keywords and the shit on your profile triggered the algorithm, and LinkedIn told the development person over here at such and such studio that you exist. Because when they signed on to LinkedIn, your profile popped up in their feed, right? This is so incredibly powerful and important. Mara McCann is going to be launching a teen girls network, content focused for teen girls. She is getting thousands of dollars monthly just through her profile. All right, engagement. Putting out content that is related to your audience's interests. Talking about what it is that you're doing, right? When you put out engagement by posting meaningful content and engaging with other people, going to the person who just won Slam Dance or Sundance, going to the programmer, let's do this, going to the programmer of Sundance's stuff on there and liking their comments, responding to their posts, not creepily, not all the time, but actually authentically engaging with the leaders and the decision makers that you're trying to engage with. Yo, it's just name recognition. Come on, it feels good when you post something and somebody comes along and is like, oh, this was really cool, awesome, right? And you kind of, oh, thanks. These people are not like crazy influencers with millions of followers generally, right? They're posting stuff about the festival or whatever like that, and you're able to go and engage with them. You create it's called a parasocial relationship. You create a sense of connection, okay? Now, the other reason why LinkedIn, and again, LinkedIn is setting this up, but without all the bullshit of Instagram and Facebook and all the other social media platforms. Search and advanced search. So search allows you to directly look for the people that you're looking for, right? You can put executive producer, showrunner, producer in that search box and find them. The advanced search functions allow you to break it down even further by geography, by company size, by activity. So you can actually start to reverse engineer the people that you want to talk to. If you're trying to fund your $100,000 horror film, go find the other $100,000 horror films on IMDb, download all the producers, executive producers, head of department filmmakers, go find them on LinkedIn and start engaging with them. Use search to go find them, start engaging with them. Make sure your profile is reflecting the fact that you're doing a similar film. And then you start messaging, right? So you find them here and then you message them. If I have time, I'll go over the message template later, but essentially you're reaching out and you're just asking to meet them. Hey, I saw that you're doing this thing. I'm kind of doing a similar thing. Would you be open to me grabbing 15 minutes of your time on Zoom for your input to just pick your brain? Mara probably gets about an 80% response rate of yeses to that. 8 out of 10. I get about a 50% response rate of 5 out of 10. Let's say you only got a 10% response rate. Let's say you got a 5% response rate. So every 20 messages you send out, somebody goes, yes, I'll have a meeting with you. Oh my God, right? This is the formulaic part. This is like earlier with the crowdfunding. It's math, right? So 5% conversion rate. If you send out 20 messages and that leads to one meeting, great. You can add 100 new connections on LinkedIn every week. So if you're sending out 100 messages a week, you don't have to, but once you get good at this, you will, and it's easy and it's not hard. 100 messages a week, so 5 meetings a week. That's if you have a shitty response rate, and you're only going to get, and you will at first because you don't know what you're doing, but over time you'll get better and better at this, especially bluntly if you're working with me. But as that number goes up, obviously the meetings go up, right? So now you're having meetings. I'm going to talk about what you do in the meetings to make those effective. So I'm going to somewhat sort of skip that, but like this is what has led to the meeting. Now, once you do those meetings well, I'll talk about how to do that. You create what's called the network effect. Most of your meetings are not going to necessarily lead to the end result that you're aiming for. It's not how that works, and I'll talk about why more in a second. But when you can actually create an authentic connection in your meeting, you now have an ally, an advocate, somebody who might make an introduction, somebody who might think about you when the right project does come along, somebody who at the very least has an amount of professional respect and with whom you have a connection. So if something comes along where you can connect them or solve their problem, excuse me, all of a sudden, over time, that grows and you get this effect where everybody's kind of starts to know you a little bit. Y'all, if you don't know this already, this industry is small. This town is small. People know each other. People talk about each other. And if you're making 50 meetings a year, you're going to start flying on people's radars without even having to meet them. Or there's this effect that's like, oh yeah, I met this filmmaker the other day. He like teaches crowdfunding, but he also is like this really good writer. I'm thinking about doing his stuff. Oh, what's his name? I know a crowdfunding guy. His name is Justin Giddings. Oh, I know Justin Giddings. Also, this is like positive energy around my name. And I didn't have to do anything. That's the network effect that happens over time. So moving on to the next piece, because, oh my gosh, I have to move so fast. I'm so sorry. There's so much content. I'm sorry. Okay, so the second thing, excuse me, water while I do this. Quick example of this, by the way. We had a client named Jeffrey Holder who literally just did his profile, and a French game company reached out to him literally just from search, from his profile, and he ended up getting that game contract and has like a 3-year massive writing contract for a video game. Another client put their trailer, this is the engagement, put their trailer in a LinkedIn group, and Steven Spielberg, CFO, reached out, and they ended up having a meeting about their project. So, you know, even just one of these steps can get you to the meeting. So the second strategy is how to not fuck up this meeting, right? How do you not waste time, come off as unprofessional, or cough like a crazy man? All right. As always, I sent out a survey. People get worried about this, right? Okay, Justin, I believe you. I can get to a meeting, but like, what happens then? What am I going to do? What do I say? Right? It's terrifying. I mean, you're worried about screwing this up, messing up this opportunity. And yeah, you will if you come at it from what we call the pitch and pray. You get a meeting, and you go in, and you pitch your project. The reason why this is called don't pitch is because you shouldn't pitch. Don't pitch. When you go in and you pitch your project and pray for them to say yes, you get one of two answers, a yes or a no. That's it. Frankly, it's usually going to be a no. Just because it's not a good fit, it's not good timing, you're talking to the wrong person, it's at the wrong stage, whatever, it's a no. Now what? You're done. There's nowhere else to go with that. You went in and said, please, sir, can I have some more? And they said no. Okay, bye. Like, that's it. That's the end of all this work. If you go in and pitch and pray, it's yes or no, probably no, you're done. You don't get this network effect, okay? The method to approach and what's going to take all this stress away from having to like do some perfect meeting is instead of going in and trying to sell them on your project and that thing, is you build a relationship. Build a relationship. Have a conversation. Talk to another human being. Ask them, what are they into? What makes them tick? Ask them for actual advice about, sorry, I don't know what's happened. Actual advice about your project. What did you do when you went to raise funds? Who did you talk to? How did you overcome this problem? Like, people like to talk about themselves. People like to share their knowledge and their expertise. And I'll talk about this in the next thing, but you've already got a profile that they said yes to. So they're already cool with talking to you. Go in. Here is your magic tool. If you're like, okay, I don't really know how to talk to people though, because I get really nervous and stuff. Super easy. Curiosity. Curiosity. Do your research on the person you're talking to before the meeting. Watch their movies. Like get educated about who you're talking to. Then just get curious. I swear, people get nervous. They feel like they got to go in and know all the answers and know what to say. It is so much more attractive when somebody sits down and says, I actually don't know how to do a thing. I don't know. I haven't done this before. Am I supposed to have a certain thing? And it's not about being unprepared. You're as prepared as you can be, but you're identifying the places where you don't know things. That's why you're on the meeting, is to get to know them. How should one go about submitting projects to you. I saw on your website, for example, that you don't take anything that's unsolicited. You know, I'm looking at my project, I'm looking at you, and I'm thinking, okay, this would be a good fit, but I don't currently have representation. So what would somebody in my position do to get on your radar? Or is it only through agents? Then they're gonna tell you. And they'll probably say, oh, you just send it to me, right? I swear, people are so afraid of saying the words, I don't know, but it is the most freeing and magical thing for you to say, I don't know. Here's why. Because if you can say, I don't know about the things you don't know, when you say you do know something, people believe you. They don't think that you're bullshitting them. So when you go into this meeting, this is how you avoid this, like fucking this up or wasting this opportunity. Don't go in and try to pitch them. Go in there and try to develop a relationship with them by being curious about who they are, what they do, what drives them, and then listen for areas where you can start to find common ground. So a really good example of this that might help. I teach at a thing called Film Independent in Los Angeles. Then there was this producer coming in to teach equity financing named Stu Pollard. I went to the thing, and early on in his process, he was like, you might need some development funds. You could crowdfund for that. And he goes on. Afterwards, I went up to him and I was like, hey, I'm like the Kickstarter guy. I do crowdfunding. We should maybe, I don't know, have lunch one time. Then I found out that he was from my hometown, Louisville, Kentucky. So then we went on this meeting and we were talking, and he was like, this is really cool. And I'm giving him all this information about crowdfunding to like help him. I'm trying to give him value. And then we started talking about Louisville, Kentucky and our like similar stomping grounds. And then at one point he was like, yeah, I would love to develop more projects there. I was like, me too. I mean, I've got this script that I've been working on, and I don't know, one of these days it'd be lovely to shoot. He goes, oh, you're a writer too? I was like, yeah. Guess why didn't you tell me? I was like, well, I'm not going to like come in here and be like, hey, please read my stuff. Like, I wanted to get to know you. He's like, dude, send me your script. Ended up hiring me. Like, one of my biggest writing gigs ever was through this guy, and frankly, one of the best scripts I've ever written. Because of that, I went in curious about how I could serve him, what he was doing, what he was going on. And then I looked for that common ground. I had a conversation. I went in to book the relationship, not, oh, I've got the script and I think he'd really, really like it. How do I get him to like it? How do I get him to like it? Please, dear God, somebody like me. That's never going to work. So strategy 2, don't pitch and pray. Don't pitch your project. I even gave this advice to somebody who was pitching an A24 executive at a pitch fest. It is there to pitch. And I said, don't do it. You'll blow her mind that you go in and you don't start talking about your project right out of the gate. I have I couldn't find it in time. She texted me. I was like, oh my God, it worked perfectly. We have like 2 follow-up meetings scheduled with her entire team. I was like, I know, don't pitch. I had another client who was driving Rob Reiner around as an Uber driver, right? And he's like, dude, he's in my car. It's my one opportunity. I was like, don't do it. Do not hand him your script, man. Do not do it. Ask him about his life, because like Rob Reiner was talking to him. Rob Reiner, I keep saying his full name, invited him. This was in Vegas. Invited him. He was like, hey, you should come to we're going to go see some giant concert. I can't remember what it was. It was at the Sphere. You should come with us. Like, my client, Rob Reiner's Uber driver, like literally ended up hanging out with his family for 2 days. It was freaking nuts. And then at the end, he was like, hey, I really respect the fact that you didn't just like hand me shit. Send me your script. I'll take a look at it. Guys, it is about the relationship, not about pitching the thing. And if you aren't good at this part, go look into how to have active listening, how to have curiosity. Focus in that place, okay? All right, strategy 3 for 2 minutes. All right, strategy 3, why it's not about impressing gatekeepers or whether you have a long resume. So the other thing that I hear a lot about is like, I haven't really done very much. I don't know anybody. I'm not really connected. I don't have a long IMDb. I don't, it's this very linear way of thinking. Like, I have to do A before I can do B, and then maybe someday somebody will discover me and I get to do C. These are all myths. This idea that you have to, have all these things kind of perfect and ready. These are all myths propagated by the mid-level gatekeepers. These mid-level gatekeepers, their job is to filter out the bozos, filter out the unprofessional people. It's a necessary evil. And so they come up with these, kind of imaginary rules about how the industry works. You cannot submit to us unless it is through an agency. This is a real thing. There's legal reasons, that kind of stuff. But like what you get told then is then you got to go get an agent. Before you can ever submit to anybody everywhere, you have to have representation. That's bullshit. I hate reps. Well, that's a whole tangent I'll get on. It's not true. It's not true. None of my reps, and I've had A-list reps, like A-list reps. They're great once I got the opportunity. Then they like made things happen and got me really nice contracts and did the lawyer shit. That's great. That's what reps are awesome for, in my opinion. But getting you work, you can go get you work. But if you listen to the mid-level bullshit from these mid-level gatekeepers whose job is to say no to you, you're gonna have a bad time. You're not here to impress those little people and play their little games. Sorry, they're not little people. They're no people, and they're not the ones that make the decision. So why are we all doing everything we can to impress them to get access to the gatekeepers when there's a tool that you can go directly to the gatekeepers? And frankly, if you have this in place, you can also leverage this on Instagram if they're not on LinkedIn. You can leverage this on IMDb Pro. So all that is to say, how do you show these gatekeepers? So you get to them, bypass these middle people. Then you have your meeting, right? You don't pitch or pray. How do you show them that you are worth investing in, that you got it going on? Okay, CPR. We're going to breathe a little life into this. Clarity. Clarity is the first part. All right. With your profile, you want clarity on the things that you are working on in the next 3 months. You want to have some laser focus. There's a book, oh my God, a book I recommend called The One Thing. The One Thing. It's by Gary Keller, I think. Yeah, The One Thing. It's cheap. It's a quick read. Go get it. It will change your life because it helps you get focused on what is it that you want to accomplish. If you're bowling, you don't try to hit all 10 pins. You try to hit one pin at the right angle, and that knocks everything else down. Okay? You want to figure out what that pin is, and you want to know what is the next step, right? In the next 3 months, what is it that you want to accomplish? Is it get a producer? Is it get an investor? Is it get a financer? Is it finish your pitch deck? Get hyper clarity on that thing, okay? Then you're going to build your profile around that. Your profile is fluid. It can reflect whatever it is you want to reflect. And it will reflect all of what you do, all of the scope, the projects you've got in development, maybe even non-industry stuff that you've done. But your main part of your profile, the pictures, the featured links, your bio, all should be focused around what it is that you're trying to accomplish right now. That clarity, right? Because when you're clear, you can take action. People can respond to that. You have a higher chance of, if I'm going to make a horror film right now and I've got horror filmmaker in there, and then somebody comes along who might want to produce or invest or something, a horror film, where I'm doing outreach to those people, and then they come to my profile and they see, oh, he's a guy who makes horror films, I have a much higher chance of creating that connection because I'm hyper clear on I'm hyper clear on what I'm doing. My profile reflects that, and then my outreach and messaging is in alignment with those things. So there's a great chance of overlap. If they say yes to a meeting, I don't need to be as nervous because I already know that they know what I want and what I'm doing because they've read my damn profile. There's already synergy and overlap there. So then the final piece is release. Then you've got to work on yourself. You've got to work on releasing your limiting beliefs. All the stories that you're telling yourself about why it's not a good fit. Because believe it or not, it's not usually, I heard this from a casting director when I was an actor, I said this once. Every actor that walks in, I want them to kick ass. I am cheering for them. I want them to be successful. I want them to be the one that solves all my problems so we can all go home. I am 100% invested in them. They're not in the room unless I think that's possible. Because I've looked at their resume, I've looked at their headshots. They have gotten this far because I believe that's possible. So many actors come in and tell me, even before they say a single word, that they don't believe that it's possible. So that's what this last piece is. By the time you're having a meeting with somebody, They've seen your profile. They know what you're up to. You've done all of this work. They're there and they're ready. They may not have the body language or energy of it, but they took the time to meet with you. You've already checked all the boxes you needed to check. You're going to fuck yourself up because you're going to believe all these stories that you've been telling about yourself. So let me give you an example, okay? Here are things that fuck me up, right? I don't live in Los Angeles anymore. Am I really a filmmaker if I don't live in Los Angeles or, Atlanta or something like that? I got to let go. I got to let go of the fact that I have ADHD and it's really hard to get focused sometimes. I've let go of the fact that I struggle with an eating disorder and my outside shell changes often and speaks for me sometimes before I get to speak for myself, and how frustrating that is, that I can come off. Again, these are the stories in my head. Like I'm some sort of fat, lazy dude, as opposed to like a very dedicated or hardworking person, right? I got divorced recently, like after a 20-year marriage, like that ended awfully. I mean, took me out emotionally. I've got demons. I'm sure you do too. We are our own worst enemy often enough. And you got to learn how to let that go. Far outside of the scope of this, right? That might be therapy. I highly recommend Stoicism as a life philosophy. ACT, acceptance and commitment therapy is a really great thing. Learning about your values. Like there's a lot of different ways you can kind of crack this, but you've got to actively challenge the stories that you are telling yourself about yourself. Because frankly, it's probably bullshit. Our brains are not designed to be our friends. Our brains are designed to look for danger so we don't get eaten by a lion. So everything gets filtered through, is this going to attack me and kill me and fuck me up? And when that's your filter, that's not truth. That's fear and danger and hypervigilance and anxiety. And you have to learn how to challenge the initial story that comes in. Oh, this person's really important and they might think that I'm screwing this up and I'm punching above my weight class. That's danger. That's my brain going, this is a lion and maybe it's going to eat me. And I have to go, no, that's not a story. This is a person whose job is to find content creators, to find things to fund, to find things to produce. Oh my gosh, I actually have potentially the solution to their problem. Let's find out. Curiosity. At the very least, I'll have a relationship with somebody here that might turn into something. Maybe they recommend me to their friend. Maybe they make my project. Maybe they make a project down the road. But at the very least, I get to walk away with one new person in my life with whom I have a connection, as opposed to, oh my God, please don't eat me. 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 That's working on those limiting beliefs. I'm over. I know. And I don't want to like mess up the schedule for today. So final example, as I'm going out of this, we had a client, young, 22, young female writer who wanted to work with this particular showrunner, kept trying to make meetings with the showrunner's like assistant or team. And finally we got on a phone call and it was just like, go reach out to the guy. He's on LinkedIn, go do it. She did. And they ended up having a 2-hour call with the showrunner of her dreams, who gave her like tons of career advice. And now is like buddies. She's buddies with her dream person from one freaking meeting 2 weeks into like the first time we did DMM. Like everybody's new. We're new teaching it. There is a formula for this. All right. I don't want to mess up the whole schedule for today. So ZB, you want to hop back in? You're muted. You're muted, senor.
I should really, I have done this like 10 times in the last 2 days. Thank you so much for like a really, really, really interesting talk over here. And for everyone in the chat, everyone listening right now, please feel free to ask some comments, ask some questions. We will get to those. We had one which is sort of, talking about the specificity of the LinkedIn profile, which is, if you're currently working on a project, should your profile be mainly about like your production company, or like specifically about that project?
Generally, the more specific you can be, the better. Also, CB, I put a link in our private chat. If you wanted to put Mara's LinkedIn link and that other link in there, that'll give people the chance to look at Mara's LinkedIn as well as learn about our program, and they can reach out to me and text me if they have questions. Maybe they want to do it or something, and they can get some coaching with me. So yeah, I would have it be as specifically reflective as possible, partially just for like algorithmic keyword shit. Like I gave the example of the horror filmmakers. Like if you're working on horror and your bio is reflective of that, you know, a filmmaker working on the horror film, you know, Time to Die or whatever, right? Like LinkedIn's algorithm is like horror filmmaker, and then it instantly searches millions of other things and starts connecting those pieces, right? So the more, what we tell our clients is like, have your profile reflect your goals in the next 3 months. Like it should reflect the effort you're focusing on in a 3-month time period, not long distance, now-ish.
That's really interesting, because I think you know, there might be quite a few filmmakers right now who are listening to this, who are thinking, I've got like 6 projects that I'm working on. I have no idea which is going to get greenlit next. I'm kind of trying to do all of them. And it sounds like they should read that book, The One Thing.
Yeah, The One Thing. Because look, we're all in that boat. We've all got different projects, multiple things in development. That book will really help you identify, at the very least, what is the one thing for each of those projects that needs to happen next? What is maybe the one project that unlocks the rest? What's maybe the lowest hanging fruit? It helps create parameters for you to decide where to prioritize. Because look, you can have as many irons in the fire as you want, but at some point you have to pull one out, grab your hammer, and turn it into a fucking thing. Like you can only do one at a time. You can't actually produce, like you couldn't be shooting 6 films at a time, right? Like at some point you've got to pull one out and you've got to actually make the thing. I love irons in fire. Everybody should have as many irons in the fire at all times for so many reasons. Because sometimes you might start working on this thing. We'll go with this metaphor. You're a blacksmith. You're making a high-end chef knife, and you're doing this, right? And you're posting on Instagram or posting on LinkedIn update videos of your cool knife. And then somebody comes along and is like, hey, could you actually like develop our line of cutlery for our high-end Cartier whatever, right? My point being that like, so then you take this iron that was in the fire and you're like, okay, back in the fire you go, and you pull out the 7 others that you were working on, because now you're designing a line of cutlery, right? So yeah, you want those opportunities to be there. But what happens is so many people, we just keep stuffing things in that fire and then run around trying to be like, someone buy the knife. And it's like, nah, you got to pull one out. You got to start doing some stuff. Post about it. That's the engagement. Post about it. Talk about it. Focus on it. If you're on a trajectory that's clear and specific, you will attract people to that. Now, then if in that act, in the attracting people to it, somebody comes along and redirects it, and they redirect it because they have money or opportunity or something that can, like I said earlier, you know, pull more irons out of that fire, awesome. But that only happened because you were specific in that trajectory in the first place. Does that make sense? So that book's really helpful at kind of going like, okay, what am I going to do now? I know I got all this other stuff. There's going to be ways to keep it going. I can maintain the flames, but like, what am I focusing on now?
Yeah, and I think that's such good advice. I gotta say, this is something that I'm guilty of, running a business. Every single day I wake up thinking I am going to do something completely different, and yeah, my girlfriend just can't keep up, because every single morning she knows that there's going to be just something completely new coming out of my mouth that's just so left field. So yeah, I need to read that book myself. We got a question. Can you safely mention that you are working on a slate of 3 films on your LinkedIn profile?
Totally. You want all of the, you know, put your projects down in your resume section, your about section, even put stuff that you think isn't related, like maybe you're a woodworker or you do data analysis and spreadsheets, right? Like put that in there. You'd be surprised how many times, ZB, we were talking about how you kind of stepped away from producing because you the way you operate was so frustrating with so many directors. Imagine if you were like maybe going to step back into it, and then that director says, yeah, I used to do data analytics and spreadsheets. I'm a spreadsheet wizard. You would be like, I'd produce your shit because you know.
Hire him in a split second for her.
Right? Exactly. So it's that same kind of thing. Don't shy away from random things that you've done, special skills, the fact that you have another career entirely. Your day job is a thing. Your day job is a marketing person. So many in today's indie film market, so many producers are into the fact that like, oh, you know how to like do this marketing thing I keep hearing about that we are going to have to do now because the studio system might be dying. Yes, please. Like you want that information in there, even when it doesn't seem to connect.
Yeah. And you know what? So a question just came to mind because it's become quite apparent to me that probably 50 or 60% of the people, if not more right now, might be freelance wanting to work in the film industry, but actually have a completely other, full-time job somewhere else. How do you balance the two? Because A, you've got to think a little bit about your current employer who might also be looking at your LinkedIn profile. B, you might want to be building that full-time career as you're on the side also working on film projects. So have you guys had that with your clients? How do you balance?
One thing is many people have LinkedIns, but it's not really part of their daily job. For those people, the kind of easy answer is just like either like, again, have both information on there. So your resume section is going to say, from 2012 to current, I am the head IT person at blah, blah, blah. And then also filmmaker, and that's not problematic at all for the audience. The only time this is problematic is when like your employer actively requires that you have LinkedIn, particularly to leverage your job. It's a sales job or something like that. And then in that case, you've got options. You can still combine them. And frankly, do you know how many business people think it's so cool that you make movies too, right? Like it's not going to necessarily undercut your main job stuff. Or, and this is against LinkedIn's terms of service, or you can create a second profile. But I would generally then really keep them in terms of like talking to each other and that kind of stuff, try to keep them separate. And I would pay for premium on both so that it's not in LinkedIn's financial interests to shut down one of your accounts. So technically against terms of service, but don't do that because you're afraid that people are going to get weirded out that you have two jobs over here. Do that when like there's actually like conditions against that job. For example, I was looking at like for a friend, Fodor's travel guides. It has like this like part-time 10 days a month travel writing thing. And they specifically say you need to not have a social media presence because we don't want you to be recognizable or known, right? So you'd have to reduce that. Well, that wouldn't be a good fit for somebody like me who is verified and all that kind of stuff, right? So it's only in those special circumstances that you would want to really have a separate account.
Okay, that's really interesting. We also had a question, I think it was somewhere up, I'm going to scroll up for the chat, but the sort of difference between your own personal profile and having like a company page, for example, for your production company. And should you even bother having one for your production company?
Yeah, totally.
Using it or...
So you're going to have your profile, which is person-based. Do that, right? Like linkedin.com/in/marvican, as you can see, or Justin Giddings. But then like make the company pages so that you can have the logo and it can like look legit and look like have a logo, have all those things, right? Have those pages set up. Facebook as well, have those pages set up if you're on there. Instagram, generally, I would focus on you as an individual, maybe you as a production company, but I wouldn't get into too many like project accounts. But yeah, absolutely. Have that built out from there.
Okay, interesting. And
Chester filmmaker said a great thing. A note from someone that's used LinkedIn since the 90s. You need to be able to give back more than you want to get out of it. In other words, be ready to help others more than others helping you. 100%. That is this engagement. Like put out valuable content. Talk about it. I'll do the knife thing, right? Show the video updates of you doing the knife. Talk about the knife. Talk about what Damascus stuff talks about. Talk about the carbon steel. I'm using this type of steel with this amount of carbon for these reasons. That's going to be interesting to people. Then go to all the other knife people and give them good feedback. Give them good, compliment their work. Compliment the salesperson who's going to be selling those things. I've always been impressed by your line of cutlery. You guys always have really high quality steel. Like invest in the network. And frankly, it's the same thing in your meetings. When you're sitting there in those meetings, talk about like, that's what that curiosity about is, be listening for the overlap in the end. Hey, it's so cool that you teach filmmakers how to, this was me and Stu Pollard with Film Independent, that you come to Film Independent and teach this class. This is like stuff that people need to know. And you know what, you're talking about crowdfunding. I'm the crowdfunding expert. How about I give you some extra tips or pointers? Maybe that can help your presentation. Let's have coffee. The whole thing is, how can I invest in? How can I get curious, know what you've got going on, and see how I can maybe solve that problem? And I swear at some point there will be this organic moment where they go, well, what do you do? I'll be like, oh, let me show you the irons I have in the fire. Tick, 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 right? And that's not me manipulating. This is the hard part. You really have to work on the authenticity of giving a shit about somebody else. And sometimes you got to work on that, because we can, human beings, we can very just naturally be very selfish and focused on what we've going on. But if you could shift that in a place where you're really looking out for ways to serve other people or meet other people's needs or connect with other people, at the very least, just be curious and give a shit about what other people are doing, that will come back to you tenfold.
Yeah, and I want to connect this talk with the first talk that you did on crowdfunding with two things. One is just a quick aside, which is you know, whenever people ask me like, okay, well, how can I get like strangers to back my crowdfunding campaign? I always say, go out every single day and then just do one nice thing for a random person. Like if someone wants advice on social media, give it to them. If someone's looking to get a vote for some film festival, go and help them with that, and just build a connection based on you doing someone a favor. And then you can build that up, and suddenly you have this pool of people who you help, who will support you back. And yeah.
Yeah, go make it to guess in that. Go make like on LinkedIn 100 connections a week, or on Facebook, people making friends. Go make friends. What does everybody do? Hey, I'm so glad we're friends. Here's my page. You should go follow it. Hey, I'm so glad you added my friend request, or I'm so glad we got connected. What have you got working on? What are you working on? What have you got going on? Or I went and saw, or even better, I went to your page and saw that you're like a horror filmmaker. That's so cool. How long have you been doing that? Like, just lean into other people, as opposed to like, oh, we're friends. Here's my shit. Go look at it. Like,
yeah, absolutely. You won't believe how many people just send me messages where it's just a link, just a link to something. You know, like, do you really think I'm going to click on this?
Or they'll watch these webinars, and if somebody's already done this, you know, I won't call you out, but like they'll watch it and then they'll email me being like, hey, can you produce my project or fund my project? And it's like, why don't we have a meeting first? Like, take me out to dinner first, please. Like, if any of you, I've had to start dating again. I'm realizing so much of this is dating, and not in a weird braggy way, but like, I'm a great first date, because all this shit that I do in these meetings is what I do on a date. Tell me about yourself. What's going on in your life? What gets you excited? Oh, that's cool. And then we have overlap, and then they're normal human beings, and they go, tell me about yourself. I tell them about myself. And like, you know, my first dates go well, really well, because this is like how human beings talk to each other, as opposed to, not to be crass, and this is not how I operate anyway, but like, people go in and like the binary thing, right? Pitch and pray in relationship land, like, to just rough metaphor, is like, I'm going to try to get laid. Well, if you go in there and you're like, hey, babe, let's go home, and you're probably going to get a no. Also, it's going to be weird, and that whole relationship is done. But if you go in and actually communicate to a human being, they might be attracted enough to you to want to make out with you a little bit. Like, this is human relationships. Sorry, I don't know. This is, I got married at 21, started dating my now ex at 18, and was married for 18 years. So this is all new for me. I'm figuring this out in real time. But the overlap is like kind of insane. So if you remember dating, that's what you're kind of doing now. Go figure out if go get curious about this person. Let them get curious about you. You're not going to marry most of them, you're only going to have one person fund your film, or a small group of people. You're probably not going to marry all these people, but you can have really good date. Like I have like best friends now, like literally a best friend that like we went on the date. Oh, we should never be in a romantic relationship, but you're super cool. Let's be homies forever. And like we actually are now, right? That's what you're looking for.
Yeah.
In this process.
So interesting. And final question, as I was mentioning, sort of connecting this talk and finding decision makers with the crowdfunding. Do you find that LinkedIn is useful for crowdfunding outreach?
Kind of for the same reason. You have to, what I tell people is like you have to be aware of the platform. So this is a professional networking thing. So whereas I might be more emojis and exclamation points on Facebook or something, or Instagram, I'm not going to do that as much on LinkedIn, but I'm still going to be my authentic self. I'm just going to be me. Like if I'm going to go meet with executives, I'm going to put on nicer clothes. I'm probably not going to be dropping the F-bomb 2 seconds into the meeting, even though I cuss like a pirate. Like that stuff will happen, but there's a version of myself that is still authentically me, but it's the version of me in that situation. Just like how I am with my kids is not how I am here. That doesn't mean I'm not authentic here and I'm not authentic with my kids. It just means Papa is different with kids than I am here. I'm not Papa here. I'm Justin Giddings, founder of Greenlight Yourself and Kickstarter guy, right? So like I can still be my authentic self and be in a different mode, still be authentic. And that's, people need to remember that with LinkedIn, is that the mode there is that we are professionals developing and networking things and moving things kind of professionally forward. So your message needs to reflect that. Yeah. It is what I'm currently working on and developing. I noticed you had some shared interests with that, and so I figured I'd put it in front of you. I understand, of course, that this is like a random crowdfunding message, and that may not be your jam. So at the very least, it's a good excuse for us to connect. I'd love to know what projects you've got going on in your world. That's still me, but it's LinkedIn me. And it's still the messaging I teach, which is relationship centric, but in LinkedIn, as opposed to, oh my God, you probably saw I had a billion posts, which is how I do it there.
Justin, thank you so much. This has been incredibly insightful, so much useful knowledge, and thank you for staying around for the last 2 hours and giving everyone knowledge.
Sorry, I know. I'm so sorry that you guys.
No. It's been fantastic. It's been fantastic, and don't worry, we're right on time. I always put a little bit of buffer in between these talks.
Right. Okay. So real quick thing then for everybody, if you want to put those links in there. My partner and I, we teach this thing called Decision Maker Meetings. Once or twice a year, we do a live thing that's $1,000. We are doing the course only with some coaching calls for half that right now. So you can go to that link, and if you want to, it's like 6 hours of content that like breaks something, goes super in depth, and then you can get a call with me and a call with Mara, and we'll, review your profile and give you some strategic advice to kind of orient you and that kind of thing. So if that's your jam, I've even got my cell phone on that website, and you can text me if you have questions and you're maybe not sure if it's your jam or something like that. So you can reach out to me. I know there's so many questions and I had to move so quickly through all this, but bluntly, like, I swear to God, you figure this out, you get to have the career that you want, because this is just systematic, and eventually you find the person. If you're going out on 50 first dates a year, you're going to eventually A, get really good at dating, and B, find your person, because you went on 50 dates. So do that. Okay, cool. That's it.
Great. Well, thanks so much. I've added the link in there, guys. So it's just a couple of comments up, but once again, thank you so much, Justin. And hope that everyone connects with you after this as well.
Awesome. My pleasure. All right. Peace, everyone. Have a great rest of your day. And I hope to talk to some of you soon.
Great. Cheers. Okay, guys. And for everyone else, we are going to take quite literally just a 1 minute break. So if you need to, grab a drink of water or something, you can do that now. And in just 1 minute, we will be starting on the next talk. The next talk, we're going to be talking about film financing. Once again, And this time it's going to be film financing, talking about the differences between how do you fund a film that's 150K versus 15 million. So we're going to be talking to someone experienced in all of those different budget ranges and exactly what the process is of doing that. So that's coming up in literally 1 minute time. In the meantime, once again, if you haven't done so yet, I am just going to put this up once again so you can sign up for free for CineCircle Pro, and we'll see you all in 1 minute. Okay, guys, and we are back. So, as I mentioned, this next talk is going to be for pretty much all of you looking to get funding for your film, whether it's a low micro budget feature or if you're looking to raise a higher amount. So I would love to introduce our next speaker, Jason Mathewson. Jason, I am going to add you to the stage now. Welcome. Thank you for coming on. Hi, Jason. Thanks so much for joining us here today. It would be fantastic if, first of all, you could just introduce yourself, let us know a little bit about your previous experience and what you currently do.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, that could go on for the majority of the talk itself. I've been working in the film industry since I was literally 3 months old. As an actor, I started off doing kid acting and commercials and bits and pieces on television and eventually into movies. And then started producing about 8 or so years ago when I moved to the UK. I'd done a little bit in LA before. I traveled back and forward between the States and here in London. And I've been producing films, been running my own company with my partner, should I say first, with the Old Film Farm since 2016 in London. And then last year, January 23, we opened Market Productions, which has an office here in London, one in Los Angeles, and we are thinking about, or sort of in the process of opening one in New York now as well. So yeah, building projects for a long time, being in the industry as an actor. I've been in, I don't know, something like 80 or something film and television projects. So I've literally been in every department. I've got a good understanding of the film industry as a whole. And then started, I could start to see sort of the shifts in the market. And first of all, understanding what the market is, that became something I was aware of for sure. But as a producer, I became much more aware of as that sort of, as that journey continued. And then just trying to create projects and pivot and build toward the market and see what the market's looking for, what a global audience is looking for, and provide that content, but also at the same time providing not just what sort of they want, but also creating and providing what we want to say, because I'm sure we'll go into this later in the talk, but I'm a actor and a producer and a writer, but wholly I'm a filmmaker. And telling stories is to use a bit of a cliche term, it's why I get out of bed. And I do believe that, particularly it doesn't take It doesn't take much of an eyeball around the place to see that we are in great need right now as a species of people, for one of storytelling. And I think that, you know, filmmaking is a mirror back on ourselves, and it's one of the greatest tools I believe we have, among others, of course, but one of the greatest ones, to speak to a people as a whole. Because again, you know, like anything, if I tell you something, you may or may not, depending on your opinion of me, listen to that. But if I show you something and you come to that conclusion on your own, then you're more likely to take that into your life and adopt it in your day-to-day.
Absolutely. And I think that's why, yeah, filmmaking and, you know, film is such a powerful medium. I would love, before diving into, you know, into this conversation further, if everyone in the chat could let us know, what is the highest budget that you've ever raised for a film? And if you haven't done so yet, what is the budget that you're trying to raise right now for a film that you're trying to fund? If you guys could add that to the chat, that would be great, so we get an idea, a little bit of what you're trying to fund, and also some of the experiences that we might have in the room. And I want to start with the question of, you know, you help fund films. You know, you help with that whole process. And I want to understand a little bit about when a filmmaker might come to you. You know, when a project creator, whether it's a director, right, or whoever it might be, comes to you with a project and they're looking to get that project funded, what's the first assessment that you do? You know, because people here in the, you know, in the audience, you know, some people might be looking to fund 100K, some people might be looking to fund 10 million, some people might have just a script, some people might have, you know, a full package. But what is the first assessment that you do when someone comes to you with a project?
Honestly, that's I kind of smiled a little bit when you were asking that, because it's such a the first thing is I check to see, well, first and foremost, it's the story, it's a script, you know. So the first thing is, if you have a script, and you send that to me and you're asking for, because again, at Market Productions, we do everything from script to screen, the full process. You know, we're a full service company. We write our own scripts, but oftentimes we'll acquire scripts, we'll buy rights, we'll EPs, do executive producer services, where that is either raising the finance and or securing distribution for that film, and then basically everything in between, from the script stage to all the way through production, financing, production, post-production, release. And then of course, people a lot of the time, they think when the film's released, that's it, you're done. If your film is on a smaller budget, you are not. You definitely have to continue to market that. But beyond, once we get the script, the first thing, presuming that's good, right? The first thing that I always check with, and this might sound a bit silly or facetious or whatever, but check, is the person delusional? Honestly, because like, how would I put this? It would boggle your mind how many people work in our industry and haven't got a Scooby-Doo what's going on. They'll come to me saying, oh, this is my first script I've ever written and I want Tom Cruise and $100 million. Well, that's never going to happen. It's just not. So that's like, it's trying to figure out, does this person have like a genuine plan that is actually achievable for the project that you want to make? And then again, that goes a long way to the budget that you want to raise. And then of course there's questions even within that. It's like, should your film have £5 million of a budget, or £15 million, or should it be made for 300,000, or what is it, like, where should it sit in relation to its place in the market, you know? And then that of course has a myriad of different scenarios in which, like, if you're asking for large amounts of money, then quite simply put, you need to have name talent, actors, producers, director, and ultimately distribution attached. And those are quite difficult processes to get in place for a first-time director, first-time writer. Then oftentimes we'll get a project where someone will say, hey, I wrote this thing, I'm also going to direct it, I'm also going to play the lead role, and I wanted to make it for £7 million or something. Again, those are not metrics that work within our industry. That's not going to happen. It's not going to, well, I want to say it's not going to happen because there have been examples in the past. And again, a lot of the time, and myself also, honestly as well, to some extent, we we walk into the future backways, looking at the past, going, well, you know, such and such film and such actor or creative got X, Y, and Z in 1992. Well, it's not 1992 anymore. You know, things are changing so dramatically and so fast with the streamers and with the theatrical space, even with actors as well. It's not just about like, you know, can you afford to get an actor? Do you have a script maybe that suits a certain actor? It's, you know, it's like, what trajectory does an actor want to take next? Just because an actor's done, you know, let's just say period war movies, and you've got a period war movie with a script really good, and maybe the role is really suitable for him or her, but then you'll find that if they've done 4 or 5 of those films, their trajectory might want to take them into the sci-fi space, and there's no point in sending them something that's a period movie because they want to head into the sci-fi space, and that's the conversation that they have with their agents and with their managers, and ultimately with their rep. So again, I'll probably one takeaway from this whole thing will be this is an industry of relationships. So building relationships is absolutely paramount. I cannot stress that enough. Paramount. Build relationships. You know, go to events. Even if you present filmmakers, agents, managers, talent, whatever it might be, with projects that doesn't end up, you don't end up getting that piece of talent. As long as that project is really good and they see that it is a legitimate offer, then you will be seen in a good light. And they'll be like, hey, that guy or that girl sent me a great offer. It's not right for my client this time, but that's a great offer. So next time around, you're going to have an easier time getting that agent or that manager or that piece of talent to consider your project seriously. Because remember, these people that we're going to, these A-list talent, they literally have a stack of scripts every week. And they just have to pick, just point and choose, and they get to do it. So it's what can you offer the talent beyond the financial aspect of it? Because that is, for some talent, that's a big consideration. For others, it's not as much of a consideration, but it is a consideration to some extent for them all. And then, of course, you know, there's variance as we go then through the different pieces of talent and distribution, and how do you get that on board? And then with the risk mitigation that's going on these days, I mean, I'll tell you a story. We have the presumption, I think, in our industry is, hey, if I can get a big A-list piece of talent in my film, then that's it. I'm done, right? I'm good to go. Well, we have a film at the moment that has 2, 3 major pieces of talent. And I mean major A-list pieces of talent. And the distributors are still in a position where they are not confident in the director, although the director has done three films. And the talent is confident enough in the director to be able to sign on and do those, but yet they're still in a position where they're like, well, we'll have a look at it when it's done. Which, of course, is no good to a producer in the first instance, because then you're entirely relying on your box office. That is, if you're going to theatrical, of course. And then, of course, theatrical, that's a whole nother conversation. Yeah. So what's the first thing? The person behind the project, because these things they take a minimum of 2 years from a script to when you're in production and you're delivering a film. That's a minimum of 2 years. So you're asking a production company, you're asking producers, packaging executives, development executives, you're asking them to come on and give you ultimately 2 years of their time at minimum. And also you're asking them then to present your package to a network of people that they have spent, could be decades, putting in place and building trust with those individuals, primarily financiers, of course, and sales and distribution. And you know, you're only as good as your weakest link. And you know, it doesn't take too many times where you present your network with a package that's either not ready or it's not good enough before they stop taking your calls. So the person or the people behind the project would be a big marker for why we would want to go into bed with somebody, so to speak.
And I think over the last 2 days, building relationships has been a massive theme for sure. I want to start off with the budget. So I've asked everyone to give us rough ideas of how much they've raised. We've had some people who have raised 5 million, some people who have raised 100K, some people who are looking to raise. a couple million. Some people are looking to raise 100K. So I want to start off with, you have a script. How should filmmakers know what the budget should actually be? Because I think with most scripts, you can try and make them really cheap, or you can bring A-list actors on board and make them really expensive. But how do you determine where that story really should sit, like where that budget should sit? And it'd be great if you can perhaps give an example from a past film where you thought, okay, we have some options, but I think it would actually be best here.
Sure. I mean, look, first things first, and I would say, like, in your development stage as a filmmaker, particularly if you're a producer out there, or a writer who wants to produce, or a director, in fact, who wants to produce their own work, I would say find yourself a great line producer. Like, become friendly with that person. You will be on the phone with that person. I mean, I'm on the phone with Amir Rashidi, and my line producer, on a daily basis. Very few days go by where he and I don't talk. And when we either have a script or create a script, once it's done, the first thing that I do is send it to Amir, like literally as soon as it's done. And then Amir will go through that, or a line producer will go through that. And he or she then will break that script down, and it'll be broken down, first of all, into a schedule. And then from the schedule, then comes your budget. And you will receive a budget. And usually you'll say, as a producer, you'll say, hey, I'm thinking about, I want to make this for 5 million or 10 million or 1 million or whatever it might be. And then that producer then will budget that script to that level, or they will come back to you and say, hey, look, there's too many locations. You've got a car chase and an explosion or whatever it might be. You can't make it for 1 million. It's got to be minimum 2.5, whatever it might be. But then goes to the other part of your question, which is, how do you decide what that budget should be? Because I just said, you direct your line producer and say, hey, I want to make this, we're thinking 5 million or whatever it might be. That goes to the market. So you read the script and you look at the characters within it and you say, well, has this been done before? And the answer is always yes, because everything's been done before, right? But is this unique? Is it different? Is there roles within this script that I think I can go to some really great and ideally named talent? Like, I'm just off, I don't know, this could be great for Daniel Craig, or my God, Helena Bonham Carter would be amazing in this role, etc., etc. And if you think you genuinely have a shot at getting one of those actors, then you have what's known as above the line and below the line. So below the line is the physical cost of the movie, right? So everyone from your DP all the way down to catering, your marketing, your legal fees, insurance, camera crew, everything, all that stuff, the actual cost of the film. And then that cost will be pretty much hard fixed. This movie is going to cost $1 million below the line. And then you can look at your above the line and say, hey, well, if the movie's going to be £1 million below the line, then that means that I need to get a distribution deal in place, because no one is going to give me £1 million to make a movie with talent on board that doesn't trigger a pre-sale, and i.e. get my money back. Because otherwise you're making a film that you're going to sell on an AVOD distribution deal, so advertising on demand, which means you license your film to, say, Amazon, for example, and you get your money back over a period of your license, which used to be 7 years. Now it's up as far as 15 years, which means that £1 million that you're asking for to make your movie, which is just below the line, not including above, then your financier is not going to see a penny of that for a minimum of 6 to 7 years. And of course, no financier is going to give you that. So if you're making a film that's, honestly, if you're anything above 100 to 150,000 on a film, you need to be thinking about bringing in a piece of cast that's going to bring you in at minimum an MG from your, MG is a minimum guarantee, from your distributor, which can recoup the cost of your film. Or you go bigger and you spend more on your film, which means you've got more money to spend on bigger names, which will trigger a pre-sale. But then you go down the route of trying to get those big names and needing to have those distribution deals with the bigger distributors, like Universal and Paramount and A24 so forth. And again, that is its own difficulty, because then you face the whole thing as they'll look at that and go, hey, this is a great script, and we think that Daniel Craig might do this also, but we don't trust that you are going to be able to get Daniel Craig, or whomever it might be, and your director might not be of a certain standing, so you have to sort of battle all of those elements. But honestly, we did our last sort of, we call it micro budget film, which is just over just under 500,000. We did our last micro budget film last year, and we're not looking to do another one soon, because honestly, while the bigger budget stuff has their own problems, more money, more problems, they do tend to be an easier, when you get them away, they tend to be easier to put out and to sell and everything else, because again, that goes back to having to look at the market. And there's very few actors these days that will trigger a theatrical release, or that is internationally known, or that will trigger finance or pre-sales. So we're all sort of vying for the same probably 30 or 40 names globally, so you have to start getting a bit creative with how you start to sell these films, and maybe thinking about other markets around the world. I'll give you an example. Like, we had a film, our last micro budget film, in fact, that we just put out, The Last Occupant. It's a second time director, first time producer, along with myself. We had a really nice cast. One of the main actors from Downton Abbey, Ed Spielers and Leah Williams, and some really amazing talent. But it was in the lower scale budget side of things, and we essentially took one of the second female lead essentially in the film. Instead of giving that role or offering that role to a name that the budget could have afforded, which wouldn't have been a name big enough to trigger a big distribution deal, so you're in that sort of cat and mouse space. What we ended up doing was we looked at other markets, and in our case, we looked at the Indonesian market. I mean, Indonesia and Southeast Asia, Indonesia alone has 250 million people that live in Indonesia. So we ended up putting an Indonesian actress into that role, who, just because of having her in that role, we were able to trigger an Indonesian theatrical release, which brought us back $2 million, which is 4 times the budget. Whereas if I would have given that role to a British actress that the budget could have afforded and that their role would have dictated, then she wouldn't have added to my sales in the Southeast Asian territory. Would have been looking at maybe 30,000 for all of SEA, Southeast Asia. Whereas now with Chelsea in the role, not only does she have a massive following. I mean, she's like a Brad Pitt of Indonesia. Paparazzi chase her around the place and so on. So she's a huge name, and because of her, and a great actress and a lovely person, because of her, she was able to trigger a theatrical release, which we ended up putting in place with a theatrical distribution company down in Indonesia, and that brought us back 4 times our budget. So it's like looking at the other markets, and some of the markets are like Southeast Asia, China, North Africa, and Africa generally, Spain, the Latin world, South America. Think about those markets. Think about bringing in names from those markets who could support your cast, and because of those people, him or her, then you've basically opened the doors to their region of the world, whether it be South America or Asia or China or wherever it might be. So think about that, and look at other, because we're all sort of beating the Western market with a big stick, hoping that gold coins are going to fall out. And even when you do have the Daniel Craigs and the Kate Winslets and the whoever it might be, the Will Smiths and the Tom Cruises and whatever. Well, maybe not Tom; he's a bit of an enigma. But those movies often don't perform as well as they had hoped, because again, then you go into the realm of competing against like the likes of the Marvels and the Disneys and the so forth. And again, if you guys look at our industry, and I'm so incredibly happy to see that it's turning around now. For about 15 years, 12 to 15 years there, what we call the mid-range budget movies, the sort of like 2 million to 150 million, those were gone, just gone. And the reason for that isn't because people wanted to stop making them. It's because of the cost of P&A, prints and advertising. You know, if you're spending $40-50 million in a film, which by the way is quite small, that's a small budget film in the States at least anyway, then you need to get that money back. You need to spend a decent amount in your prints and advertising. And on a $40-50 million movie, you're going to be spending maybe $5-7 million on that prints and advertising, right? How do you contend spending $5-7 million globally with Marvel, who's spending 3 times the budget of the movie? They're spending $700 million. Well, they've got all the buses, they've got all the billboards, they've got all the talk shows, they've got everything. They're everywhere. How do you compete with that? You can't really, you know, in the prints and advertising space. So you have to get really quite creative. Now, I'm happy to say that those mid-range budget movies are coming back. Thankfully, we've been starting to see several of them in the last probably a year, maybe a little over a year, and it's amazing to see, because you know those movies tend to be films. Those tend to be films, to be stories, and I think that's probably the reason why they're coming back, because we've just been inundated with superhero nonsense and just computer generated drivel, you know, and I don't really, honestly, I don't really care what you are into, whether it's whatever it might be. We all want to connect as human beings with a story, and I feel like the heart and substance has been lost in some of the Hollywood export of late. And now, look, I could get into that for days as to why that's the case, but
no, I think, do you know what, this has been so insightful, and I think the idea of going international and really thinking about specific international markets rather than going, you know what, right, like UK, US is the main one, and then whatever happens outside of that is, let's just hope for something. And you know, and attaching someone, I think that's definitely valuable advice. I think a lot of what you spoke about is attaching the right cast, which can potentially get some pre-sales from that. And you know, someone's got a question over here. The conundrum seems to be that the money wants the talent in the first place, and the talent wants money in the first place, and that it's really difficult to get a letter of intent.
Absolutely.
How have you found to try and get through that chicken and egg type dilemma?
Look, it's such a valid question, because it's such a valid problem. It's the chicken and egg. You know, it's honestly, I joke a lot of the time saying our industry should be called Catch-22, because that seems to be the case all the time. How do you get around that? There's no clear-cut answer as to how to get around that. What I would say, and sort of read between the lines here, guys, is it goes back to relationships. Ultimately, when you send your script to actor A, right? Unless you know, and again, that goes back to relationships. You know, I've said this many times. You know, one of my greatest asset as a producer is having been an actor for so many years, because I got to know the whole industry from the inside out, and then got to learn the business side of it. And remember, like, this is a business. You know, you can have hopes and dreams all you like, but and if that's coupled with good business, then I'm so happy for you. It's likely going to happen. But you need to couple your hopes and dreams and your aspirations and your desire to tell great stories and to move people with great business. Because at the end of the day, you're asking for someone to put up money, hard, cold dollars or pounds or whatever it might be. Those people are businessmen and women, you know, and they've earned their money oftentimes outside of the film industry. So they're very risk averse. And they're a lot of the times, I mean, most of our investors they're numbers guys and girls. I say guys as a kind of blanket statement. They're numbers people, you know. And of course, once you get past the numbers, then you can sort of mystify them, and not mystify them to confuse them, but like to wow them and like bring them into the wonder that is filmmaking, and you know, all that stuff, and get them excited by that. But how do you get actors if you don't have the money? Because when you go to an actor, if you have that relationship directly with the actor, call him or her up and send the script to that person. Now, here's the thing. Again, like I was saying before, make sure that when you are sending someone, whoever that actor might be, particularly if that actor is somebody who's well known and has a brand, who has spent a long time building that brand, and you happen to be friends with that actor or have a connection to that actor, then make sure what you send them fits their brand. Make sure that what you send them is something that they can actually consider, right? And make sure that you're in a position to be able to fulfill your offer, essentially, right? You know, don't be going to, like, you know, Brad Pitt because you happen to know him and saying, you know, with nothing else behind that, and you're going, oh, if I get Brad, then the money will come running. That's not how it happens. So if you have that relationship with the actor, definitely, delicately, but definitely pursue that. Beyond that, which is the case where most of us are, would be then going to the agents, right? First thing the agent's going to do is say, hey, is this thing fully financed? Now, you have to say yes, even if that's not necessarily entirely the truth. You got to say yes, because if the answer is no, it'll be like, call me when it is. Boop. That's it. End of conversation. So that's why I'm saying, have your relationships, you know, find your financiers, find the people where you can, where you can source your finance from. And the hardest part of finance always is equity, always, right? So put everything else in place that you can put in place. And that is the packaging process of a project. Make sure that your packaging process, that your package that you're selling is meticulously packaged. So what I'll always ask whenever someone sends me a script, if they're saying, hey, here's a script, can you do everything else? Well, then of course I don't expect to have anything beyond the script there. But if they're saying, here's a script, can you get me distribution? Can you raise me finance? Then you got to have a budget, a schedule, a finance plan, a drawdown schedule. You got to have some creative documents. Now, while they're not as important, pitch decks and that kind of thing, that's just a bit of fluff. It's the financial documents that you got to have down pat. Have all of those things in place and make sure that they are accurate. Okay? Because that's the thing. Anyone who knows what they're looking at is going to look. I mean, I don't even have to look at it, honestly. If someone says, I'm going to make this script for £2 million and I read it and it reads like a 10 or 15 million pound film, then I don't need to look at the budget. I know that it's wrong. You know, but by the same metric, if I'm reading something and I'm like, oh my God, this is great. There's some great writing in here. There's some great dialogue. It's fresh. It feels a bit new. And you're saying you want to make it for £500,000, then I'm likely going to come back to you and say, hey, how about we think about, you know, not your friends to act in this, but like going to some legitimate actors and like bringing some kudos to this project and putting £5 or £6 million into it and like delivering a product that you can actually sell, you know? So having a really robust, and that goes back to what I said at the start, which is find yourselves a great line producer, guys. You know, as someone who really knows what they're doing, ideally one that is a CCA approved one, ideally, and bondable, but then have the things in place that basically everything that you can in lieu of having your equity finance in place. That is a banging script, a really accurate schedule, budget, finance plan, and drawdown schedule. Have your, if for example, you're shooting in the UK, have your interim BFI cultural test interim certificate, have that secured. Have it in part of your pack. Go out to a bond agency. If you're shooting a movie that's north of £3 million, then your investor is likely going to insist upon that being bonded. Bond, essentially, for those who don't know, is called a completion bond in its full title. That's just fancy film title for insurance. It just means that if for whatever reason, anything at all, an actor decides to leave, there's a meltdown on the set, an act of God, a terrorist attack, storm blows down your set, whatever, literally anything. For any reason you don't complete the movie and deliver it to your distributor, then the bond company will step in and give back all the money to the equity investment to your investor. So they know that their investment is protected up until the point of delivery to your distribution company. You can have that in place, right? It's called, you have an LOI. I'm sure we know what that is, a letter of intent from a bond company. And they will read your script, and they will look at your budget, and they will look at your schedule, and they look at your finance plan. And they will tell you, they won't bond you if those things are not accurate. But if they are accurate, they will say, we believe that you can make this script for these amount of days, with this amount of talent, for this amount of money, and your finance plan looks good. And your waterfall looks good. Waterfall is how money comes back into the company. That looks good. So we are happy to bond you at your budget of £6 million, let's just say as an example. So now in that instance, instead of coming to an investor going, oh, I don't know how much I need actually, I need all this money, and also have your SPV, your special purpose vehicle, which is essentially in the UK, it's just a limited company. Because if you come to me and say, hey, I want £5 million, and I say, okay, I'll give you £5 million. Do you think I'm going to send it directly to your personal bank account? No, that goes into an SPV, an escrow account, inside of which I then become, let's just say I'm putting up 50% of the finance, then I would become 25% shareholding director of that company. So that ensures my ownership of that piece of product. And then, of course, the script, then the rights to the script, the copyright to the script, if it's more than one movie, goes to that company. So have all of that in place. So then you're going to your investor and you're saying, hey, here's a script, here's a budget, here's a schedule, a finance plan, SPV, here's your protection, your risk mitigation by way of your completion bond. And here's the UK tax credit worth X amount of pounds, which I take off the total budget, leaving me with my equity portion. So now I know, based on a £6 million budget, that if you're shooting in the UK, I need now just a little over £4 million in equity. And they can look at all that, and believe me, they will. They will pull that apart and make sure that it's that it holds up to their risk mitigation tests. That is. And then, of course, if you can, and this goes back to the relationships, then try and secure yourself at least interest for that one or two last remaining pieces, which is your distribution. Then you take that whole package and you send it to a sales agent or to a distributor, and you say, hey, look, and here's a little bit of sort of, how would I put it, a misconception in our industry that people think, I need to have, we'll just keep using Daniel as an example, Daniel Craig and Helen Bonham Carter and I need to have X, Y, and Z actors officially on board and attached before I can get a distribution deal. No, you do not, right? Because their distribution deal is they're the ones who are going to provide for you your sales estimates, as in what this thing is likely to sell for in all of the territories around the world, whether that is as a theatrical release or whether it's straight to digital. Okay, so you need to know that, because you can think, actually don't think, because honestly, the salespeople are the professionals when it comes to the sales estimates, and sales estimates should only be considered when they come from a reputable sales agent or distributor. Full stop. Anyone who's got them off an AI program or put them together themselves, unless they happen to have worked for Lionsgate for 5 years, they're not worth the paper they're written on. So when you then take that film and you say, hey, Lionsgate, we'll just use them as an example. Hey, Lionsgate, here's this film that I'm going to make for £5 million. Do you like this film with X, Y, and Z actors? These are just my ideas for actors. I haven't got them yet. Maybe I haven't even approached them yet. But I'm thinking about A, B, and C actors for this movie at this budget. Here's the script. And they'll come back to you, if you have that relationship, and they'll say, yep, we like this movie. We like it with these actors. And with those actors, we would like it for $3 million for North America, $1 million for the UK and Ireland, blah, blah, blah. And then they'll give you a total, and then you'll have a world total for how much money you can likely pre-sale this movie for, which now tells you, right, how much you can go and offer those ABC actors. And if you're thinking about, actors of a certain merit and a certain value, and they come back and they say, there's already 3 of these movies out there, and we would offer you like $1 million in the US, North America, 500,000 in the UK. Well, then maybe you can't afford to go off and get the Daniel Craigs and the Helena Bonham Carters. Maybe you have to rethink your actor group. So, and then of course, once you do finally find the right actors for this script with that distribution company and you get your number, then you can then put that into your pack and you can go to an investor and you say, hey, here's the movie, here's the budget, here's the schedule, here's the finance plan and the drawdown schedule, here's the waterfall, right? To tell you how the money's coming back into it and at which order, where on the waterfall do you, my investor, sit and at what rate. And here's a completion bond to guarantee your money until date of delivery to the company, to the distribution company. And when I deliver to the distribution company, they are going to then pay me this much money.
Yeah.
And now the investor then knows how long that's going to take because the delivery as well will be on a particular date. So they know that I need to pay you this much on this day for this long and returned on that date with this percentage of ROI on top of my principal. And then on top of all of that, after that, I then own 30% of the movie and it looks like it's selling for $10 million conservatively. So I'm likely to get $3 million of that in addition to the return of my principal plus my ROI. And by the way, equity ROI on equity is 20%. Anyone who asks you for more than that, don't do it.
Okay, that's so interesting. So I want to summarize all of this because I think there's been so many pieces of gold. But just so we're all on the same page over here. So the first thing is putting together that package. You mentioned that beyond the script, beyond the pitch deck and so on in that package, you want to add in that insurance, you want to add in the cultural test in the UK so that you can get the tax credit. You want to have all of those pieces in place. Once you have that in place, you want to start having a think about cast. As you're doing that, and simultaneously you want to be talking to some sort of a sales agent so that you can get sales estimates based on what cast you want to bring on board. That's how you know what your budget can be, what you can bring to an actor, right, or what you can offer an actor. And then at that point, you mentioned minimum guarantees and pre-sales. Can you tell us just quickly like what the difference is and how that works for anyone who doesn't know?
Sure. A minimum guarantee, and better known as an MG, means that let's just say, for example, I'm the distributor and you're the filmmaker. Then I agree on paper, contractually, I say that based on this script with these actors, deliver to me, and it's going to be delivered through a post-production house that I understand is going to deliver me what we call deliverables in a manner in which I can accept them. Then I'm going to pay you $3 million because I'm getting the rights to sell North America, for example, right? So I'm going to pay you $3 million on day of delivery, right? That's the agreement. So what you would likely do on that with that MG, that's a minimum guarantee, is you would say, right, Lionsgate, for example, you've agreed to pay me $3 million on the day I deliver the film to you, which is October 20th, let's just say. Then and then here's when you can negotiate. They don't have to, but you can. You can say, give me $1 million of it up front now, and then give me the remaining $2 million when I deliver the film. That goes back to your relationships. They don't have to do that, but they can. Let's say they don't, okay? Then you can take that piece of paper, that MG, from a reputable company. Let's just say it is someone like Lionsgate. And then that's when comes in another piece of the finance then, which is called debt finance. So you would underwrite or cash flow that piece of paper. And you would go to a debt financier who would give you between 80 to 85% of that $3 million, and they will charge you a premium for it, same as they will do for your tax credit. They are basically saying that the UK government or Lionsgate in this hypothetical, they're good for it. So therefore, I will give you the money now, and when that $3 million is due by Lionsgate, they don't pay you anymore. They pay straight back to the debt financier, the debt finance company. Now, debt finance is a dime a dozen. They're everywhere. Look out for those. Be careful. Some of them charge, the premiums are going up. Debt finance is incredibly expensive. You're looking at 12 to 14, maybe up as far as 15% these days on top. And a lot of them also then charge month on month. So there'll be 12 to 14, 15% on top of the amount that you're borrowing, and then 1.5% per month. So if you are late for any reason, then that can start to accumulate very quickly. So be careful when it comes to that. You are going to need debt finance, unless, of course, you can convince your equity investor to lend against those things and ultimately become your debt finance for either more equity or a healthy premium on that debt finance, because they know they're getting it back. And then a pre-sale that's something very different. So an MG, when you cash on that, that's, as I said, it's just a minimum guarantee. A pre-sale is the distributor says to you, well, they go and they talk amongst themselves first, and they go and they say to themselves, we know any day of the week we can sell this movie for $5 million in North America. Okay, so we're going to go and we're going to offer the filmmaker $3 million of a pre-sale for that territory, right? If you accept that, then you, again, same thing, you underwrite. You can get a portion of it up front, but you underwrite that pre-sale. You get that money, you put it into your budget, you reduce the amount of equity needed, you go off and make your movie. But that means that you have already sold North America, right? Now, the distributor won't actually sell it yet. They will be out of pocket until you're finished the movie. So if you have film that gets made and you've sold it for $3 million for North America, and it goes off to get a BAFTA and an Oscar and a Palme d'Or, well, now that thing's worth 3 times that amount, but you're never going to see another dime. The sales agent is going to make that difference. They're going to make that profit. So what you ideally do not want to do is you do not want to pre-sell the entire world, because you've pre-sold your movie, and there's nowhere else to go. You can't. You've got no more money to make. That is if we're talking about a theatrical. Digital's a little bit different. You do that deal. Well, that deal sort of is a bit fixed. The distributor. Again, though, it's sort of, if you're going to theatrical first and it does very well theatrically, and I mean by well, I mean just a large box office. And in addition to a large box office, if it also does very well in the critical realm by way of recognizable awards, BAFTAs, Oscars, Sundance Awards and such, then that will add to your theatrical box office, which will then increase the amount that you're able to sell it for digitally. But if you've pre-sold the whole thing and you've done a deal with like distributor A and you've sold the whole world for £5 million, and you've sold it then to a streamer for an extra £3 million, well, you've made £8 million, but now your movie's worth 40 million. Well, them two companies you just sold it to, they're going to make all that money. You're not. So again, it's a big thing. It's like, and you have to ask yourself honestly, especially for filmmakers that are starting out early on their career, because like, it might be more important to you to get your movie made, and to make, not only make back your budget, but make a little bit of profit. Let's say you're making a movie for 3 million and you've pre-sold the whole world digitally and everything else, and you've made 5 million. Well, you're 2 million in profit, right? Now that of course gets split with your equity investors, but you're likely going to come out with probably 500 to 700,000 profit out of that and a made movie. That might be worth it to you, right? Rather than holding on and hoping that the movie does well in the festival scene and then theatrically. And again, that goes back, that's really not your choice, because if you're saying, no, I'm absolutely not pre-selling my movie, I'm not getting MGs, I'm not doing any of that, I want to make the movie and sit and do the festival route, see how we do, and then sell it. And if we get a BAFTA, then we can sell it for more. Then that's great, as long as your investor is willing to take that ride with you. Your investor might be going, no, take that pre-sale, because we all make money, we're all in profit, and it guarantees I don't lose all my money. What happens if you make a movie and it doesn't turn out as good as you'd hoped, and maybe it doesn't do well, or it doesn't achieve any of the notable awards, and the awards ceremony, the award system takes 3 to 6 months. which you're keeping it out of the market for 3 to 6 months by taking it to all of those festivals. It's just a longer tail with which the investor has to wait for his or her money back. And they might not want to do that, especially when you have a payday on the table to take, albeit smaller, perhaps, but also it might be safer.
Indeed. Question, I think you said this was 150K, but I just want to double check. At what budget level should filmmakers start at least hoping that, or at what point is it realistic to start getting pre-sales?
The pre-sales are not dictated by your budget, they're dictated by your actors.
Right.
You can make a movie for $100 grand, and if you happen to get Nicholas Hoult to be in the movie, you're going to get pre-sales.
Right.
It's that simple. So the actors are the ones who dictate the pre-sales and who you have in your movie. You can spend $5 million on a movie, 15, 20 million on a movie, and if you don't have named talent with you know, that is internationally or globally known, you're not going to get pre-sales. And again, you can't do that because not unless your investor wants to roll the dice and hope that you just happen to get another Blair Witch situation where everyone, you know, but again, there's so much content in the market right now. There's so much stuff to be seen. There's so many players, there's so many places to go watch movies. And of course, as filmmakers, we're finding it not easy, we'll say, to get people to come off social media and to go to the movie theater in the first place, you know. And then when you have, you know, $200 million movies that are going directly to Apple TV and to Netflix and Amazon and Hulu and all the others, how do you not get lost in the noise on those platforms, you know? So you're going to want to protect yourself a little bit. And that goes back to what I was saying, which is like, it might be not might, but it would, like, it's a personal thing. You have to ask and have a really honest, frank conversation with your investors and say, hey, look, maybe there's a world where we hold on and this thing gets a BAFTA and we make 3 times the money on it, right? But maybe there's a world where we play this a little bit safer and we have got great actors on board. We have pre-sales, we have MGs, we have a digital deal on the table. Maybe we take that, right? We guarantee that we don't lose. We're all in profit. We can all maybe put a down payment on a house or something, or perhaps a bit more, and we get to make a second movie, you know, opposed to rolling the dice and hoping that it all lands on the black. And then if it doesn't, then what? You know, so, and again, that's sort of your investor will be the one that will sort of, to a large extent, dictate that, their risk appetite. You know, again, as I said, there's lots of stuff in the market right now, and you know, the times gone by where we had 2 or 3 or maybe 5 movies a year and everyone flocked to the movie theaters for them and all that kind of stuff. That is, I think, coming back, but it's not back yet. And the day of the movie star is a thing of the past.
Really interesting. And we've got a question over here. I want to bring it back to, you know, because I think we've been going really quite fast over here, which has been so much useful information. I think it's definitely been great also for more experienced producers here on the call. But we do have a question from someone, you know, for a filmmaker, let's say this is a director, but, you know, for a filmmaker who has had a few short films that, you know, have won festivals and so on, and is making their first feature, what is a sensible budget range or, you know, aim? And you know, is there a sweet spot between, you know, having it low enough that, you know, that you can actually find investors because, you know, because it's not a huge amount of money, but also high enough that you can still actually gain some momentum from that film? I mean, is there some sort of a sweet spot in terms of the budget for a first-time director?
Yeah, I think there is actually. I think there is. I think that sweet spot where you have enough money to make a really good movie, so it's as glossy and cinematic as any other film, and you also have enough money to go out to one or maybe two pieces of talent that are known, and get some great filmmakers on board. I think the sweet spot is probably somewhere in the 1 to 1.5, maximum £2 million range. So, you know, maybe up as far as $3 million. But like the 1 to £1.5 million range, I think is quite is a sweet spot, because you have, as I said, you have enough money to actually approach at least one decent piece of talent that, and when I say decent, I don't mean I mean their market value is what I mean by that. What I mean by that. And then with that piece of talent, then you can take that then to a distributor, to a sales agent, and then with the UK tax credit, which is for films, the new one, the AVAC, which is for films below 15 million, you can get basically, well, they say it's up to 40, but it's not. It's 31.8%. So let's just call it 32% for ease of math. You can get 32% back. So if you're spending £1 million, 320,000 is coming back in tax credit. So you're looking at somewhere in the range of, you know, what is that, 600 and whatever it is, my math's terrible, 680,000 in equity to make £1 million movie. You know, that's not terribly bad. That's quite achievable. And then I'll go, like, again, it's look at the movie you're trying to make as well, guys. So, you know, if you're trying to find that sweet spot movie and you're thinking, yeah, okay, $1 million, $1.5 million, maybe that's where I'm going to sit, somewhere in there. Then let's not make a movie that's running around central London and it's in the Houses of Parliament or it's in, you know, multiple locations. Have it be something like, I mean, for example, the movie I mentioned at the top of the hour, at the top of the conversation rather, which was our just below 500,000. That was 85% set in one old apartment, you know. So, and then there was like 2 other locations, you know. So think about your locations. Think about a great story contained within a very few amount of locations, and a couple actors, you know, a cast of like 3 to 5, you know, great characters, 3 to 5 really good characters with which you can maybe go to name talent with 1 or 2 of those pieces, and then fill out the other 2, 3, or 4 with just some really great kind of working actors, you know, TV names, some names, you know, some names that are getting great buzz on the TV circuit, maybe names that have come from some of the TV shows that we love. Perhaps not the leading roles within those TV shows, but the great supporting roles within these shows, you know. And then you've got like a really sellable product that you can sell. You know, you're looking at something that's set in 2 locations. It's a great story with a great script, a really competent director who has some work behind him or her, whether it's shorts or features. I mean, I wouldn't say it doesn't matter. It does matter, but if you have some known awards, or you've done well at reputable known festivals with your shorts as a director, that's a great thing. And then you can transition then to doing that, you know, $1 million, $1.5 million movie that's set in a tunnel, or it's set in an underground bunker, or whatever it might be. You know, something that you can control quite easily, something that's not going to cost you, like, you don't want, you know, a race course where there's horses racing every 5 minutes, or, you know, you need like 2,000 extras in the grandstands, or, you know, think about these things. Extras, locations, those are massive parts of your budget, and you'll spend a huge amount on them. Yeah.
Okay. That, honestly, this talk has been so insightful. So thank you so much for that. I guess the last question that I've got for you is, you know, how can filmmakers get in touch with you, and also who would you like to hear from? What kind of projects are you interested in people, you know, reaching out to you about?
What I mean, we're always interested in great stories. You know, great human stories, and that can be you know, like a little drama set in a bedroom or something, but that could also be a space movie. You know, as long as it has great human experience and great human heart at its core, and just great human storytelling, that always appeals to us. Not that we by any design or anything, but having, looking back on our slate that we're working on at the moment, and projects we've done of late, the exploration of the human psyche, I think, is something that permeates our work quite a lot. And it's fine. It's like why we tick and why we do and say the things that we do and say, and how we move, and like how we can use these stories to reflect, to have an audience reflect upon themselves, and hopefully take those positive messages back into their day-to-day. Also, as well, I mean, we are making movies at the end of the day too, so they've got to be exciting, and they've got to be, fun and an entertaining watch. Sometimes we have a Christmas murder mystery, which is just a blast. It's like Knives Out meets Fawlty Towers in a hotel at Christmas. What's not to love? So that's a little bit different to a psychological suspense thriller called The Unraveling that we have at the moment as well. That's a very twisty, turny, and at times a little bit dark as well. But again, it's the exploration of the human psyche, and human beings doing what human beings do. So yeah, great storytelling, great writing. I really love it when I meet a filmmaker, whether it's a writer, a director, a producer, actor, whatever it might be, who just has a great vision of what they want to do and what they're trying to say, through whatever medium it is that they're trying to do it or say it. That's always quite inspiring to me. And they have a clear vision of what it is that they want from us as well. That's always helpful too. Like, here's a thing, what can you do? Like, sure, there's things that we can do, but again, our team is incredibly busy, so it's often a better path to getting our attention if you come and say, hey, I got this script, I'm thinking about it, doing it in this country at this time with these actors for this budget, and then one of our team will assess that, or myself, and we'll go, hey, that's right on point. That person knows what they're talking about. So I'm definitely going to be more inclined to entertain a conversation with that person and see how we can help them to realize their vision, and what or where we can step in and help them to build out the elements that they may not have, or give them a little bit more assistance in the areas that they're maybe not as intelligible in as perhaps they'd like to be or need to be.
Yeah, great. Fantastic. Well, thank you so much, Jason. This has been honestly really, really incredible. I'm going to add the link to your website in the chat now for anyone who wants to take a look at that. But once again, thank you so much. This has been such an incredible talk. I'm sure one that people will want to replay multiple times to get all the information out of.
There's a lot in there for sure. No, there's a lot for sure. And look, guys, we as I said, we're always looking to hear from new filmmakers. Finding new great filmmakers, that's the future of our industry, and it's certainly one that I want to the best of my ability preserve, because the machines are coming for us otherwise. And human beings telling stories, that has always been where we have got the greatest work, always, bar none. So we're looking forward to hearing from people. You can go to marketproductions.co.uk, hit us up on the socials, on Instagram and Twitter and TikTok and all those places, and just drop us a line at info@marketproductions.co.uk, and one of the team will pick it up, and we go from there, as we say.
Great. Thank you so much. Thank you for coming on board.
You're welcome. Thank you so much. Peace.
Cheers. Okay, guys, I hope that you found that useful. We're gonna head straight into the next talk. I know this was quite a lot to digest, but we've got another couple of talks which I think are going to be extremely interesting as well. So in the next talk, we're gonna have a panel discussion with multiple short film fund managers who will be discussing what exactly they're looking for with their funds, how their funds work, and how you can apply to maximize your chances of success. So Christian, James, and Dustin, I am going to add you all to the stage now. Great. Hi guys. Thank you all for coming on. Thank you for joining us. Dustin, James, you guys are still muted. Just an yeah, thank you. So, starting off maybe with Christian, could you just introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about both yourself as well as your specific fund?
Yeah, sure. So, hi everyone. I'm Christian. I'm the founder of Genera Films. We're a short film fund, essentially. That's how we started life about 7 years ago now. The sole aim to try and fund as many shorts as possible. That's always the challenge, getting independent funding. We sort of took the approach of almost a bit like a film festival. So we see that works for filmmakers, and that idea that you apply, you hope to get your film into a festival, which gets it screened and gets it seen by as many people as possible. But we put that process at the beginning. So the idea was that people would come onto the platform and pay that submission fee, and we would use that money to then fund as many films as possible. So as I said, that was about 7 years ago now. We're now sort of leading the market in the sort of short film funding space. We have sort of filmmakers from over about 180 odd countries on the platform now. We funded over 60 projects ourselves. We've also teamed up with other companies, which I'm sure we can get onto, to sort of provide other funding resources. We also showcase loads of short films. We have networking events. It's a sort of whole thing for people looking to not just get funding, but also connect with other filmmakers, specifically in the short film space, and just kind of help the growth of young independent filmmakers. As I said, not just in this country, but sort of all over the world. So yeah, our new sort of initiative is obviously working with other great like-minded people that want to support short films and filmmakers, but we have quite a sort of a bit of a beast of a vehicle now of how to do that, since that is what we do. So yeah, working with other companies, which we'll get onto, to also showcase, to give as much support to filmmakers as well. So we have lots of different funding opportunities on the platform, basically, all independent, which is great. Super simple. We've kind of taken a lot of the headache of form after form and workshop after workshop and all the kind of hoops that we have to jump through, and just made it as hopefully as simple and as straightforward as possible. So that's a brief bit about what we do.
Great, fantastic. And Dustin, why don't you go next and tell us a little bit about yourself and your fund and Kino in general?
Sure. Yeah. So Kino started in 2009, and it was primarily our short film open mic night where anybody could screen any short film, first come, first screened. I'm originally from the States. I've been in the arts and entertainment industry my entire life. Started out as a child actor and then got very interested in filmmaking just by making little short movies with friends as a kid with mom and dad's video camera in the backyard. And being born and raised in Southern California, I was fortunate enough to start studying video production in junior high and high school. I moved over to the UK and started attending some Kino London events, and the previous organizer was stepping down, so I decided to take the ball and run with it. I definitely loved the community vibe that was going on with the short film open mic night, and they also had kind of a meetup group which would get together once a month and make short films, and it was very much in the hobbyist space, so it was very good for people who were just starting to start their filmmaking journey, or perhaps they were a little less mainstream, so they wanted a alternative place to screen some more experimental work. Since my background was a little bit more professional, I wanted to kind of keep that ethos, but expand to more professional offerings within Kino. So we started the Kino London Short Film Festival, which is now a BIFA qualifying film festival. We're in our 5th year that we just wrapped last weekend. And as part of that, we always wanted to make sure that a lot of festival behavior that we didn't like as filmmakers ourselves, we wanted to make sure we weren't guilty of. so we were kind of reverse engineering. Okay, well, how do we make a film festival that, you know, ticks all of our boxes and seems to treat filmmakers with respect, isn't one of these massive, you know, scam festivals that are out there. And one of the ways we differentiated ourselves was having a film fund be our grand prize. And so we ran the fund that way for a couple years, and it was a bit hit or miss, I'll be honest. Basically, you had to apply to our film festival in order to apply to the film fund. So it was only eligible for festival alumni. And we had a lot of people reaching out to us who weren't festival alumni who wanted to, you know, find a way to apply to the fund. And we also had a lot of festival alumni that just didn't take advantage of the opportunity. So I really liked the way Christian was running his fund at Genera. And rather than try to rip him off for anything, I said, hey, how about we partner on this and let's start running the Kino Fund, more similar to how you run Genera. And now all 4 people on screen are part of this little Genera family umbrella to give more filmmakers opportunities to get their shorts funded.
Great. And yeah, and that leaves James. James, why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself, also your festival and your fund as well?
Okay, well, we started Unrestricted View about 25 years ago as a theatre company. And we started running a small fringe venue in Islington called the Hen and Chickens. And so, yeah, we've run that over that time. And whilst we were also theatre makers, we started becoming filmmakers and had a wonderful screening room for our films with a fringe theatre. And what we found was a lot of our filmmaker friends were wanting to use our space to watch edits or screen their films. So we decided to put a film festival together. And about 10 years ago, we started the Unrestricted View Film Festival, which has grown nicely. It's also BIFA like Kino. And but one of the things, and in fact, the Film Fund started because it was something one of the things we really wanted to do, and we found were that there were so many. There were sort of you watch a brilliant short film, and there are sort of 8 out of 10 things about it which are just fantastic. And the reason it's not 10 out of 10 is they just don't have the funds to just get that little bit extra done. Whether that's a sort of a color grade or a sound mix or something. Where an extra £1,000 here or there would make such an enormous difference to that project. And so, and it was in fact talking to Dustin down the pub. We weren't drunk at that point, and who suggested that I speak to Christian because I'd been a long time admirer of Genera. So yeah, that was how we got involved with that.
Okay, fantastic. And I'd love to, start off with the main question of what are you looking for? What does the perfect application look like? And James, maybe you can just continue from there. As you're looking, for applications for the fund, first of all, what are your criteria? And second of all, like aside from just those criteria, what does that perfect project look like for you?
Well, I mean, we're in our first year of it, so we haven't actually funded anything yet. So we're waiting to do that. But I think it's being utterly specific about why you need the funds and what you want the funds for. I think if you're saying, all right, so let's say our fund is up to £5,000, and someone says, I want £5,000 to make a short film. Doesn't everyone? I mean, what do you want the fund to do for you? What the more details you can give us, the more information we have about what your project is, who's involved, when you're doing it, how you want to do it, and why you need that money. Then the more invested we're going to be in your project.
Interesting. Christian, Dustin, does that resonate? Because I know from the CineCircle Film Fund, I also found that every time there was an application that just didn't have enough detail, that was the first line of me, throwing applications away and going, nope, this is just not enough detail. Does that resonate with you guys as well?
Yeah, absolutely. But I think it's also a balance of not overdoing it with too much unnecessary details as well. And I also specifically like lots of visual aids and things to help the process. So if you think of, just a big, wordy, text-filled application that's pages and pages and pages, that's also not going to help. Oh, here's a visual pitch deck, or here's a visual reel. Go watch this short film that I made before. That's, a reference so you can see my style. Those type of materials are helpful, and, definitely being thorough and covering all the bases. Like if you look at what our criteria is for our fund, just make sure you're touching all those things. We do have certain optional things that you do not have to apply with, which are some of those visual elements, but they certainly are probably going to up your chances if you do provide them.
And can you tell us a little bit about your specific criteria for your fund? What the filmmakers need to have in place in order to, and what kind of projects are included or perhaps excluded from your fund?
Sure. So, I mean, we start with, just short films. We want short film scripts that are up to 20 pages or so. Shorter is fine. Shorter is oftentimes better. Give us your synopsis, give us your shooting location, your cast and crew info, your estimated production dates, your estimated completion dates, the total budget, and the amount that you're asking Kino for, if those things are different. And then our optional materials are a short pitch video, and that can either look like a talking head video of yourself so we can get to know you and your personality, or it could be a visual reel so we can know your style, or a combination of the both. Hybrid tends to be kind of the best. Tell us about your distribution plan, what you want to do with it when you're done, whether that be festival circuit, release online, combination of the both, and a visual pitch deck is also optional. That's if you're applying for just production funding. If you're applying for post-production or distribution funding, it's mostly the similar things, although we don't need your script at that point. Give us a cut of your film so we can see where you're at. And then we don't need a pitch deck because we can see it. So a press kit would also be helpful. Yeah, those are the type of things that we're looking for.
Okay, that's really interesting. And Christian, how about Genera Films Fund?
Yeah, I mean, like the guys have said, I think when we set out to create Genera, it was trying to come up with a form that was simple. I think we're so used to these sort of pages and pages of heavy form filling that almost feels like, it's harder to do that than it is to bloody make the film, So we tried to get the balance of like something that was comprehensive, but it was simple. It didn't take effort and require too much effort. We're asking for things like the guys have said. It's all very similar, I think, deliberately, because people know our platform. It's easier. If I suddenly add funds and then ask for all sorts of crazy and wacky information, it kind of takes away the kind of the ease of what we do. But yeah, it's something that in theory you'll have all the information if you're looking to make a film. There's no kind of trick questions. You don't have to go away and try to come up with something that that we're asking that you never would have thought about. I mean, the feedback we get is that the form is just refreshingly, sort of simple, which is hard to come by, sadly, on many applications. But yeah, it's really tricky to say sort of what do you look for and what do you have. There's so many great projects that come through. You guys know that. Similarly to running film, festivals, there's brilliant films that you wish you could screen, but you've got a certain amount of time, space, money. So it comes down to sometimes very small details, and there are fantastic projects. God, I've seen so many, and that's why at Genera we've sort of evolved into the showcasing side of things, so we can also, the films that we don't fund that are still brilliant films and we want to kind of support, and we can then put them up on the platform and let them sort of exist in a space that is working for the filmmakers, rather than kind of getting dusty on a hard drive or getting lost in the ether of YouTube or whatever. Sort of blood, sweat and tears goes into these things. You have hopefully a very successful film festival run, and then it's got to find life somewhere, and getting loads of views is wonderful, but getting engagement in a sort of active platform is hopefully also useful. So it's kind of we try and we can't fund them all. sadly, I meet lots of people that say, "Oh, we applied for the fund and we didn't get it," and and that's just sadly the nature of the beast. But hopefully adding more and more opportunity, like adding these funds to the platform, working with other great companies like you guys that are looking to support people, trying to create more private finance that doesn't have the kind of box ticking exercises that we're all used to, and can try and hopefully simplify that process for people and just provide people with more options, because a short film, like any film, is not made from one source. It's very rare someone turns up and just gives you a whole pile of money and you go make a film. You're piecing things together. Even in the short film world, you're getting a bit of kit, because you've done something, you're borrowing that, you're crowdfunding, you're getting a bit of finance somewhere, and we fall into that. We don't fully finance pretty much any film that comes through the door. They still have to piece that together. But hopefully, now, especially after the last 7 years of what we've done, having our name to it helps, gives people a bit of confidence. It's, the first people to jump is always the toughest part. As soon as someone else is involved, it's like, oh, okay, right, yeah, well, it sort of helps you shop it around a bit more. But yeah, I've sort of gone off on a tangent there, but I'm forgetting the question. But yeah, essentially the application is deliberately simple, designed to make it not a kind of lengthy, week process, to sort of fill out the application. We've all been there and seen sort of 29 pages of all sorts of stuff and things you've got to do, and you think, oh, blimey, I only want a few grand to try and make a film. It's like it's sort of a bigger contract than doing a mortgage. Do you know what I mean? So I think like that's the idea, is keeping it straightforward, simple, and trying to support as many people as possible in various different ways. And like I said, it's not just about the funding. As everyone on this call knows, it's about the networking, the exposure, the managing to get your work out there to other people. These are all things that certainly in general we're doing, and particularly partnering up with you guys to create more opportunity for people. That was the whole point of doing this 7 years ago, when everyone thought I was mad to do a fund like this. It's for this reason, to try and help as many projects get made, and through you guys and through our fund, we've managed to support hundreds of projects with finance, with opportunity, and so yeah, it's the more let's keep going, that's what I say.
That's great. And I want to ask you guys a question of what type of projects would you like to see more of? And by the way, about 50% of the people on the screen also run film festivals, so this can be both for the film fund applications, but also for the festivals. Is there a particular genre that you think filmmakers are really shying away from, that you would like to see more of, or a particular type of film that you're just not seeing a lot of applications that you think could be a bit of a gap in the market per se, that that filmmakers could fill in the next year?
From my perspective, I want projects that are passion projects that the filmmakers want to make. I don't care what genre it is. You do hear a real big, preferential treatment from more of the bigger funding bodies for social impact projects. In the commercial space, you are currently hearing a big cry for anything genre, although there's a lot of people that have a lot of varying interpretations of what genre is. And personally, I think the worst thing an artist can do is to try to second guess what they should be making in order to appease what people want to see. I think the most interesting work comes from artists doing exactly what they want to do unapologetically. And I think we're kind of in a depressing time right now, where we're trying to think of, oh, I don't care what I'm making as long as I'm making something that is sellable. So I look at the filmmaker who is submitting to my fund, who I believe will actually go out and make the project that aligns with their vision successfully. So it's less about me imposing my own taste onto the project and more about my belief in that filmmaker.
I couldn't agree more. I think it's short films have to be that. They have to be. This is, you know, this is where your voice is heard. This is where you can possibly make a project where you know it's your vision. It's your thing. Whether that's comedy or drama, it doesn't matter. It's what your voice is, and I think, you know, it's a chance to show what you can do, and it has to come from you. It has to come from the filmmaker, and you know, and exactly what they're passionate about. Otherwise, it just doesn't work. It's, you know, you can't do short films to formula. They just don't work, I don't think.
Okay. That's really interesting. I also love how you guys just kind of shut down my question there and said it's a silly question.
No, I didn't mean it. I didn't mean to be rude. I was just, I just think, no. I think it is a platform which is about passion, because it's an entry level platform into the film world, you know, and any entry level has to come with passion. Otherwise, it doesn't work.
Absolutely.
The problem is with a lot of funding opportunities, particularly public funding opportunities, which is obviously one of the biggest pots, you know, in this country anyway, is that it comes with conditions. It comes with it has to fit a theme or a genre or a style. It has to have certain requirements, and then what you end up doing, and something I speak to a lot of filmmakers that end up sort of recreating, rewriting, remaking for a fund to try and make it work, and then, as the guys have said, you're you know, in the short film space, that is where you can mess up. That is where you can explore your filmmaking, your voice, and it might not be perfect, and it shouldn't be. You know, that's the time to play. You know, not with $1 million or whatever it is on it. Like, don't play there. Play now. Figure the style. Go, ooh, that didn't quite work. Next one we do this. That's the time to do it. You know, as everyone said, you know, passionate people that want to make projects. It's sort of making the Christian Parton version of your film is just something I'm just really not interested in. You know, we would all make films differently. You know, we'd all make the same film very differently, and that's the whole point. You know, and if the only films that we're producing are kind of handheld to a certain degree of let's do it like this, then are we really making independent film, or are we making a version of a kind of, you know, of how it should be? And so yeah, I mean, I couldn't be more clearly, to set this thing up, you know, couldn't be more sort of passionate about people making their projects. If it's successful or not, you know, it is from our side is kind of, that's up to the film. You know, for us, once we get the film made and up and running, that's our job done. You know, it's up to the filmmaker. We don't get involved. We don't get involved creatively. We don't kind of try and change the project in any way, like I've just said. Otherwise, we just become one of many. You know, the idea is you make your film. If we like your film, we like it because we think you've got a great idea. We don't go, we like it, but change this, cut that, recast this, make this like the, you know, I might as well make my own film at that point, you know. So I think it's really important to, you know, especially now, to give people the chance to make the content that they want to make, because sadly, as soon as big money gets involved, you've got those strings, you know, you've got those ties on you, the reins are on you. You know, you go by what the financiers say, you know. So to be able to be a hands-off fund, you know, because we've done the due diligence, hopefully in that stage, to go, yeah, you know, what you've got, what you've done is, you know, we think is going to be great. And like I said, you know, it's up to you where that goes, how well that goes, you know, you're you know, and how that's received. But I think if we lose that, then there's it's a sad state, you know, like if we lose that kind of support for people, where you have to make someone else's version of your film, I just feel is desperately sad if that's where we're at. But without these sorts of funds, that is the way it is. You know, you dance with the devil because there's no other options. So it's like creating more opportunity for people. You know, the amount of filmmakers who go, well, we don't have a choice, so I did that. Well, yeah, we have to change that. You know, it was okay. You know, and it becomes like this, like, you know, God, we're trying to get people into this industry. You know, it's tough enough, you know, not kind of ruin it at the beginning part where people kind of go, oh, do you know what? Oh, I'm just, you know, and I watch it. I'm sure you guys do. People doing great stuff, and then they're gone because it's just too, you know, it should be fun. It should be exciting. It should be, you know, of course it's stressful. Of course you're doing it, trying to work a job at the same time and trying to figure out how to make it, of course. But the idea that, you know, it should then be governed by someone else is like, to me, is just bonkers. But yeah, anyway.
And
I think you
speaking
get my
as,
point on that.
and speaking as on the film festival curation side of things, you know, without naming names, it's very obvious that there are, when you see a logo from a certain funding body flash across your submission screen, you start to notice that, wow, a lot of these projects that have this logo on it all have the same tone, they all have the same look, they all have the same, you know, X, Y, and Z. And you really start to feel the homogenization of the artist. We had an artist, for example, who did his debut film at our festival, which was immensely creative, very, very cool. He was doing stuff that was fresh and exciting and really cool on screen. And he obviously excited other people as well. He got funding from a big funding body and then submitted his second film. And what was so cool about his first project, you know, his fresh original voice, that second project, I couldn't even tell it was the same filmmaker, and it felt just like everybody else's film who's kind of churned through that system. So yeah, I think it's going to benefit on both sides of things. It's going to make you, you know, stand out in the space. The only thing, you know, did Christian say this, you're dancing with the devil, or did I just make that up, is sometimes, you know, dealing with some of these bigger funding bodies, you can put that on your CV and that looks good on your CV, and people aren't necessarily watching the film that is associated with that. But I think it's always better for the long game to trust your heart and to enable filmmakers to trust their own hearts and build into their confidence. And, you know, the best filmmakers are always going to be open to feedback anyways. And they're going to ask for your opinions, and you can give your opinions, but you don't have to give your opinions with an ultimatum that says, change it or else.
Yeah.
So, because passion, I think we can all agree is extremely important. And my question, because I want to give people these actionable tips of how have you guys seen that passion be translated into the application process, or into the application in a, you know, in a great way? Because I know that filmmakers can be extremely passionate, and you can read their application and go, they really don't care. Do you guys have examples from, you know, from previous years where, you know, someone applied for the fund, and for something that they did in that application, you could just tell that they were so passionate about that story, and what that could be?
Yeah, I mean, I think here's a telltale sign is if you are trying to raise a budget of 80 grand for your short film and you haven't raised any yet, and you're trying to get 5 grand from me, and you come at me and say, oh, I'm not going to make this film until we hit 80 grand. That is kind of a telltale sign to me that you're not in it for the passion. You're kind of in it for the glory. I think passionate filmmakers will use the Jurassic Park method of life finds a way. These are filmmakers who are going to make their film. They might have an 80 grand version of their film, but when they don't get 80 grand and they raise 50 grand, they're going to make a 50 grand version of their film. When they can't make 50 grand and they have a 5 grand version of the film, they're going to make the 5 grand version of the film. They're not going to stop. Passion doesn't stop. It finds a way. So I think in my experience, in handing out the fund, that's my number one criteria, is belief that you're going to walk away with a film. And you can kind of read through the lines to see if they're going to walk away with the film or not. Some of that can be in their history and their filmography. Some of that can be in their bio. I'm becoming better at sensing a certain level of privilege infused into applications of people who don't really need the money, but they're asking for it anyways because they might as well. And I definitely love giving it to the underdogs who are fighting tooth or nail to get their project made, hell or high water.
Interesting. Okay. Christian, any thoughts as well on that, or echoing?
Yeah, I mean, I say it all the Yeah, I say it all the time, which is, and it just sounds so obvious. It's just fill out the entire application. I mean, that is, it sounds like a clear and obvious thing, but the amount of people that don't sort of fill out the full thing, or leave out what the budget is, or leave out what they, if they've raised any, all these little things where you just sort of go, they're highly competitive. You know what I mean? So it's kind of, as I think you touched on, if you see something that's not kind of complete, if you can't complete the kind of very simple, almost application form, then it kind of gives you a little steer of, if that isn't done properly, if we give you $5,000, what's going to happen there? And then I think James touched on it. Being sort of as specific as possible is great. This kind of $5,000 for festival run, and you go $5,000, okay, where are you applying? Just loads of festivals, and you go, okay, that's not going to cut it. I love to see, £1,321 because this, and this. That's what we're looking for. We've got a sound designer here. We've got this there. We're putting this there, and you kind of go, right. You know what you're doing. And I think you'll always have the sort of temptation of like, let's just apply for this and put $5,000, and then maybe if we get through to a shortlist, we'll come up with something to make it work. And we're never going to get rid of that. But I think if you can see it pretty quick, it's hard to explain, but you can kind of see when someone's just hit and hope. And if we get through and they ask for a bit more information, we'll kind of figure something out then, as opposed to someone that's actually genuinely thinking about this. And as Dustin said, we'll make it anyway. You kind of go, well, if we give them money or not, they're going to figure out a way. Right. So, if we then give them that kind of kick to give them cash to go and finish it, that it's like, right, this is full steam ahead, let's go and do this, So, but it's literally number one, fill out the entire application. Like, is the biggest tip. The amount of applications that don't get filled out properly is like, I find it mind blowing, because people are paying or becoming a member or doing various things. They are paying for the application, and then to just not sort of fill it out is, we get a few with like barely anything on there, and I'm like, I can't, we can't even, like, we keep it simple, but we need the information we're asking for, right? We can't fund the film on Logline. Do you know what I mean? Like, just what do we get from that? And it happens. And I don't know whether that's people just forgetting to fill it out or what, but fill it out is use the information. We have an additional information section box, which is like deliberately there to give you the chance to put things that you think are relevant, and use it. The way our fund works, you can apply with just the title. So you don't like other funds that you have to tick every box. You have to put something in everything. We don't have that deliberately, because I want to see how much people want to provide and fill it out. It helps to, when you're looking for applications, if someone just hasn't bothered, then it kind of gives you a steer of, well, if they can't be bothered to fill out the application, are they going to be bothered to sort of finish the film or deliver it, well? So, that's my tip.
How much do you want to bet that tomorrow you're going to get a couple of applications that are asking for £4,996?
Yeah. Great. Let's see it broken down. Fantastic.
We've got a couple of questions from the audience, which I thought would be great to answer. First one, when considering applicants for funding, are you looking for a return on your investment, or are you strictly looking for filmmakers to invest in the future? And really, let me open that up to, what are you looking to get out of that, of that relationship with the filmmakers where you're funding the films? Maybe Christian, let's start with yourself.
Yeah, well, look, obviously it's a grant, so that's sort of is the first thing to say, that it's not a kind of loan. You don't have to sort of pay it back if you go and get, a £500 prize at a festival, whatever that might be. That's, good luck to you. That's yours. We're looking at trying to find fantastic filmmakers. I think everyone in the industry is looking for the next big thing. We get a lot of early or entry-level filmmakers on our platform, so it's keeping an eye on those filmmakers that are moving forward. One of our previous films was BAFTA longlisted. It's now been picked up. It's been made into a feature film. That's the kind of progress that we want to see, is people doing it that way. And the way we work is we with the main fund is we take no creative control. We don't get involved in the short film at all. But if the film is then picked up for further development, so for a feature film or a TV series, something like that, then we have first right of refusal to be involved in that process. So similarly to the project I spoke about earlier, that's been picked up to now be made into a feature film, and we are involved in that process. And because of that kind of relationship, hopefully that kind of makes sense to a lot of the filmmakers if we've kind of got on board to help them get to that stage. As I said, through default almost, we get a lot of people looking at certainly the filmmakers we fund and filmmakers we champion, because we're kind of doing a lot of the kind of donkey work that a lot of people are trying to do to sift through and look for great talented projects. We're kind of doing that for them. So we get a lot of companies and individuals and financiers and producers kind of looking over and seeing what we're doing now and then kind of jumping on this project. So, you know, we like to think it gives the filmmakers exposure, and yeah, we can move forward. Then our business model doesn't rely on, you know, sort of that has to come back to us, you know, tenfold. It doesn't have to, you know, which again is the beauty of it. As soon as you start getting into that, you start getting into, here's a whopping big contract and this is what happens here, and you know, it's a short film, you know. Sadly, the chances of that money coming back are, you know, it happens. But I think if you're making short films to pay off your mortgage, probably not. You can sort of forget that part. You know, the idea is you're showcasing what you can do with the hope, and you know that it gets spotted and seen in your work, and you can progress as a filmmaker. And that's what we're there to do as well, and provide a platform for that.
Great. Dustin, James, do you guys have anything to add on that, or is it fairly similar?
Yeah, I mean, go James.
Sorry, I was going to say, yeah, I think it's exactly the same thing. It's a thing, and also, you know, the more you can help the independent short filmmakers who have got these visions, the more that helps them that follow. This thing, you know, it's a continuous thing. Someone does well from these funds, then people start looking well on these funds, then other filmmakers can do well from these funds. And, you know, the whole thing is about sort of making better filmmakers, you know, giving these people the opportunity to do their stuff. So, yeah, I think but it is a grant, yes. We don't expect any finances back from it at all, no.
Yeah, similar. We don't expect anything back. I mean, Christian touched upon it. It is possible to make your money back and make a bit of a profit on short film, but it is extremely rare to do that. And I think for me, you know, it's really the heart of it all is being a filmmaker myself, but wanting to see industry-wide change. I think talent development and nurturing emerging talent is something that has been squeezed over the years. And now we're in kind of a wider market away from short films, where big companies expect you to have done all the development work on yourself, by yourself, funding yourself. And they want you to come to the table with all of your materials prepared for free on your own back, right? So I think if we can create more spaces that are, dare I say, safe spaces for emerging artists, supportive spaces for emerging artists, and that those spaces can be seen as successful, perhaps we can see some industry-wide change to bring back more support for emerging voices, so it doesn't become just the playground for people who are privileged enough to be able to, you know, take the time away from the day job to make films. You know, we're certainly going to get more diversity of stories, more authentic stories, if more people are allowed to tell stories other than just people who are lucky enough to be able to afford to.
Yeah. Interesting. A couple of other quick questions over here. Do you guys accept applications from all countries? Are there any restrictions, or?
All countries.
We do, yeah.
All countries, yeah.
All countries, yeah, cool. And then we also have a question about the type of project. So would you accept people trying to make a trailer or a sort of proof of concept, or, you know, are there restrictions within that, or is it specifically full short films?
Short film, but
the way we do it, and I think with
concept, but not a trailer. So it couldn't be just like a fake trailer, fake sizzle reel. It would have to be a contained short film, but that could also be a proof of concept.
Okay, great. And I want to go back to this question of you guys mentioned some of the common mistakes there might be for just not filling out the full form or not being specific enough in the form. Is there any other any other common reasons that you find that that films get rejected in that first round where you thought this could be a really good project, but or this would have been great if they just did this? Do you have any of those common characteristics of applications where you thought, if they just changed this one thing, it could have been good?
Sure. I mean, I think for me, a lot of it is just awareness of the space and awareness of what's been done. The most common mistake that short filmmakers make is they don't watch enough short films. What they do is they watch feature films, and they don't know what they're up against in the space. I'm watching hundreds of short films a year, reading hundreds of short film scripts a year. Most likely, a lot of times filmmakers aren't as unique as they think they're being. So the more you can expose yourself to short films, go on channels like Dust or Alter or Omeletto or Short of the Week or Director's Notes or our Kino Short of the Week that we run. Watch a short a day. Make that a chore that you do. And then you start to see, oh, okay, yeah, this thing that I hadn't seen before in a short film has been done before in a short film that was a very successful short film. So maybe that idea isn't, the best one for me to pursue.
Okay, that's a great tip there. And Christian, James, do you guys have anything to add there?
I mean, yeah, I kind of really agree with that. I think the best way you can learn anything is by watching what other people are doing, and I think I mean, I know I'm a filmmaker too, and I think one of the greatest gifts, of having a film festival is just seeing all the different films that people are doing, because nothing makes you a better filmmaker than seeing what everyone else is doing. So I completely agree with what Dustin just said. Yeah.
Okay. We've got a couple of questions as well over here around any stats that you guys can give us to help filmmakers. So one of the questions was like what is the average perhaps that films get funded? James, I know that you guys are in your first round at the moment, so you might not have this yet.
So I haven't got many stats for you, sorry,
but for Christian and Dustin, like is there an average that you give filmmakers? How many applications maybe do you get versus how many you fund? Any kind of insights that you guys could give us into that? And I think what this helps is, I think it really helps filmmakers who don't get accepted to understand sometimes. It always, I found it very useful, especially with film festivals, to understand that when my film project didn't get accepted into the film festival, I realized, it didn't get accepted, but 1,000 other projects didn't get accepted either. So that made me feel a little bit better. So I think it is quite good, because it can be, I've seen a lot of filmmakers, I've spoken to a lot of filmmakers in the last couple of months who have applied to 10 different film funds and gotten rejected from all of them. And it can be really disheartening when you don't understand perhaps, in some places what the competition might be. So is there any stats like that you guys can provide regarding any of this?
Yeah, but first of all, look, it's really tricky when obviously, and tough, and sort of sadly part of our industry when you don't get something. Every filmmaker thinks that their project is the best project. Of course, they think that what they've got is obviously the best project. And look, there are, as you said, there are so many films that are fantastic and eligible and worthy. Sometimes the way we do it is sort of quite different. We have lots of readers. They all sort of fill out basically a sort of form almost. It comes in-house and we kind of whittle it down from there. So there are kind of all sorts of angles people are looking at and opinions, we're getting on scripts. And that's all it is. Filmmaking is a game of opinions. For us, we find that every round is so vastly different. The kind of quality, if you will, can be hugely different. The amount of applications can be vastly different. One of the best examples when COVID, obviously, when that happened, not wanting to drag everyone back to that, but the sort of, the round when that happened, we suddenly, every film was about loneliness and isolation, and it was, a sort of self-shooter in a bedroom doing some sort, and great, because that's kind of what, is going on in the world, and art reflects life and all that sort of stuff. But as a fund, you kind of, when you're reading the next one about, and I'm in my room, and it's another kind of the same film again, that has an impact on the sort of the quality of that, round. So I can't really give you an answer. There's no magic, this is your chances, these are odds, because every round for us certainly is read by different people. We have different opinions, we have different views on things. And we've also had people that have been unsuccessful and then been funded. We've had a couple of projects that have actually gone through that over the last 7 years, where they've gone away and kind of maybe worked on the script a bit more, or built something, the rest of the package, or they've got through to a different stage, and at that particular time it works for us to get involved with the sound design, the color grade, and the festival run, or whatever that might be. So it's the question everyone asks, right? Is like, well, if I apply, what are my chances? Every round's different, so it's hard to say. And I think all we can do as filmmakers is put the best version and package together. Understand that if your film's not selected, it's not because your film's rubbish and we think it's awful and we don't want to, and we never want to hear from you again. It's sadly just the kind of nature of the beast. From my point of view, is creating more and more, working with more and more individuals and companies and founders to create more and more opportunities, because what we see, and that's probably worth noting to everyone that's listening, is the idea with this on the Genera Films platform is that you can come on with one project, you can apply to all of our funds, and they're all independent. So we don't speak to each other about what's happening. You do, everyone's looking and reviewing their own way with their own processes. So that again is just another way of providing more private finance that doesn't kind of come with all the red tape and conditions that we're used to help, and I think there have been already a few films that have been funded by a couple of, by the same funds as well, because that's going to happen. So, and that's the idea, that it's just providing more opportunity. So sadly, you're not going to get kind of these are your odds, these are the stats, these are the figures from me, because it would be wrong to do so. Every round is different for whatever reason. It's different, and I think although tough, it is worth noting. I've had more no's than hot dinners in my life, but I think it's worth noting that that's part of, sadly, that is kind of part of our industry. And it doesn't mean that your project's not good. And it doesn't mean that we don't think that it's, it has legs or is achievable. I think that's really important. I know it doesn't help sometimes and people can get quite down, but, again, that's why we all provide other interesting ways of, being involved and, helping to sort of grow your network and give you other things other than just a kind of, unsuccessful email, if you want.
Yeah, we've just done our first public round, and we have submissions open for our second public round. As I mentioned previously, it was only eligible for festival alumni in the past. So you're talking about a pool of maybe 50 filmmakers who were even eligible to apply in the past. And now it's, obviously open globally to anybody who wants to pay the submission fee. One stat that I will say from the first round that we did, so I don't know if this is any sort of a trend on how, it will continue for us. But there were about 40 projects that I thought were incredible projects. Obviously, at the stage we're at now, we don't have the capacity to, support 40 projects. So what we did is, we shortlisted about 20, and we had conversations with about 20 of them to see, how we could support that project, right? After those conversations, we ended up supporting 2 of those projects financially and 4 of those projects with in-kind support with our production company. So in-kind support could look at things like, we did your festival strategy and execution for you. We did graphic design for you. We also took care of post-production for you, doing a color grade and an edit of the film for you. So we're looking to get involved and provide value to your film, even though there are monetary limitations to how many projects we can support. And obviously we don't want to spread, finance over 40 projects because the benefit to the individual projects would be very little at that time. But we're open about that, and we're like, yeah, we're gonna put our money where our mouth is with these ones. Sorry you guys didn't get it this time, but we can offer X, Y, and Z if that sounds of something of interest to you. And if not, that's totally fine as well. No pressure. You can go apply to the next fund somewhere else, and best of luck with your project.
So, guys, this has been incredibly insightful. I think this is nearly all that we've got time for. What I'd love to do to wrap up is just for each one of you to tell us when the deadline is for your specific fund. Again, for everyone, that this fund is on generafilms.com. All of these funds can be found on that website. I will add it to the chat in just a moment. But could you guys go, starting with Christian, then Dustin, then James, let us know when the next deadlines are for your fund.
Yeah, so our fund, the next deadline is the 31st of August. That is our early bird deadline. Our current round doesn't actually close till the end of the year. But worth noting with all of the applications that you can apply to the fund and then edit your application at any time within the round until the round is closed. So obviously, don't just put the title in and then forget about it, please. But you can, for example, if you're looking to do take advantage of an early bird or a regular fee, you can apply early and come back to the project. Similarly, if anything happens in the meantime, you end up finding some money and go into production, you can then change the project status, as well. So that's worth noting. So yeah, that's us. 31st of August is the next deadline for us.
For the Kino Fund, our final deadline is coming up on September 15th. So you have a little bit more than a month to get your applications and pitches in place. We're going to announce our shortlist on October 10th and announce which films received funding on November 15th.
Our funding, I think we finished somewhere in February. I haven't got the exact date in front of me, but we have you, Christian?
Yeah, final deadline's 15th of Jan. You're shortlisting on the 15th of Feb, and you're announcing on the 10th of March. So there you go. 15th of Jan. You got some time. But your early bird deadline is the 1st of September. So that's one to go for.
Great. Okay, fantastic. And also there is the Cine Circle Short Film Fund as well, which I realize I haven't really spoken about at all on this call, where we put our final deadline on the 26th of September. That specific fund is for people who tend to be definitely based in the UK, mainly in London, because you do have to attend a specific in-person event. We are a bit different from all the other funds on the platform. So I would definitely check out the terms and conditions before applying for that. To make sure that it's a fund for you. But that said, guys, thank you so much. This has been some great information over here. I have added the Genera Films link into the chat as well for everyone who wants to check it out. But yeah, Christian, James, Dustin, thank you guys so much for coming on. It was great having you.
Thanks for hosting us.
Cheers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Cheers, guys. Fantastic. And in just a short moment, we will move on to the final talk today, where we'll be talking about impact funding, which might be something that you've never really heard about. It might be something that's quite new for you, and it's something that I think a lot of filmmakers can learn a lot from, and it can definitely be something that can help you fund your next film. We're going to take a very quick 2-minute break, and then we will get started on that final talk with Julia. So just a very quick 2-minute break, and then we'll be back on with the final talk of today. So we'll see you all in 2 minutes. Okay, guys, welcome back. Hope that you've all had a nice break. I do have my cat walking around over here, so he might make an appearance in a moment. You guys can meet Paxton. Great, so we can get started on the next and final talk once this tail gets out of the way. Okay, that's not fun. Great. So, as I mentioned, this final talk, we are going to be talking about impact funding. And for that, I would love to introduce our next and final speaker for today, Julia Profeta. Julia, I will add you to the stage now. Welcome.
Hi,
Welcome.
ZB.
Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for joining us so late as well. But it's great to have you here.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me. I really hope people are still around for the last session of the day. So
people are around. I'm surprised by how many people are sticking for these 5-hour days. So also massive kudos to everyone that's still here and has been here for the last 5 hours. So thanks again for joining us. It'd be fantastic. Let's start off with maybe just telling us a little bit about yourself, your previous experience, and also what you currently do.
Yeah, well, I come from maybe a slightly different background than most producers, I would say, because I'm coming from, I'm an artist since ever and forever, but also I've been working in banking and consulting, in venture capital and with accelerating startups, and also then migrating more into the proper filmmaking, given that a lot of my work has always been around storytelling, right? So, and I think what's the thread that really connects everything that I've been doing, especially for the past 10, 15 years, is really how can we generate more impact through stories, through businesses and investment strategies. So funding and film has everything to do with what I like to talk about. And in the past year or so, I've been really focusing on telling stories that can really reach a wide audience, meaning they are commercial stories, while also having some kind of impact. That means change of mind, change of behavior, change of community feeling through the story that we're talking. So I'm not talking about green production, which is another topic when we're talking about impact and filmmaking, but truly what's the story, what's the message, and how is it that you change your audience, mind, heart, and soul at the end of it.
And what was it that drew you to doing this specifically? I mean, what was it that made you want to get involved in this and also in the sort of financing aspect for this?
I have to confess, I'm not in love with financing, but we need to finance whatever it is that we dream of and our passions, right? You need the money to play around. But I would say that the whole topic of impact has always been very strong since I was very little. As a Christian, this kind of pro bono engagement with community and all of that has always been very present, especially taking care of people and the planet. So naturally, when I had, my hiccup with my family that you cannot be an artist, you have to do something, for real in your life. I went, okay, what else can I do that will be really helpful once I get there in my career? So that's how I ended up in the whole business investment world, and always, with this, how can I get into my passion, which is filmmaking and music at the end of the day. But for me, it was really understanding that there is power, especially when it comes to businesses or films that really can shape how society thinks, and I think that many times we just disregard and say, well, it's just art, but it's not just art. Every time that we're putting something out there, we really create another data point that people really will tap into. So there is a huge responsibility in whoever it is that is telling stories in the most different formats. And for me, coming from especially this, what we call impact investment world, it was very obvious that this is something that we can continue replicating. It's not just another startup. Of course, as we might be hearing in other panels of today, not every film will actually thrive and be and make it. But at the end of the day, if you have made a film, it will be there, hopefully forever, right? I know we have all the rights to be discussing around that and so on, but I think it's something that you put out there that people can continue to go and revisit and on and on. I don't know how many films lately we're having, it's 10th anniversary of this one, 20th anniversary of that one. So they keep coming. And for me was how can we bring what I use in my frameworks, the very specific word, which is intentionality, of going back to your story and seeing what are the elements that you have to really like make a difference in how people are thinking, how people are like perceiving a message that you're telling with your story. So for me, it was like time to really like transfer a lot of what I've learned in the venture capital startup world into like the filmmaking space, because I saw this opportunity of like you looking at film as such a tool, not just like pure entertainment. I don't believe anyone's role is just to entertain. I think everybody has a responsibility. And for me, it was like sort of like this way of like getting back into my passion, connecting like film, but also like funding because of everything that I've been doing. And I think there is a specific approach that I have, which is how can we look at funding anything and also film, not only from like, oh, I just get like equity capital, equity money, and then I get my film done, but how do I look at everything that I need and say, okay, what is it that I can have to make it work? And I think it was also like part of the conversation, the previous panel, which is like in-kind support, for instance, right? So, and when you have a very clear like impact message, how is it that you can connect to other players in the space of the topic that you're tackling? And then getting like other support, be it like, you know, for audience development, like impact campaigns, and like potentially not only looking at development, but also looking like towards, you know, like post-production, marketing, and so on and so forth. So it's being like smart with how is it that you make up your puzzle, and at the end of the day, you don't give up, you know, so much equity, which I think is always like the big question that we always have, you know, like what are the funding sources that we have out there? And I think what's important to say, like I look mostly into fiction films, and I think it is still like a brand, like a fresh and more like newer topic when it comes to fiction, and has been done like more and more with documentary over the past decades. But I think we need to be as conscious and as intentional with fiction as we have been with documentaries.
Yeah. Okay, that's great. I'd love to break this apart and sort of start from the very beginning, for especially for people who, you know, have never heard about this before.
Yeah.
What kind of projects can impact funding be used for? I mean, what are the kind of projects that you'd like to see from filmmakers? So, you know, you mentioned that this really doesn't have to be documentaries, that this can be fiction films. How strong of a message does the film need to have? I mean, because, you know, we've seen already a comment over here from someone said, personally, Sound of Freedom is a great example of an impact film. However, I was conversing with this one guy, and he said he doesn't watch films like that because it's too politically motivated. So, you know, does this only work for films that have a very, very strong, you know, either socio-political or environmental message? Or, you know, what kind of projects can this be used for?
I believe in layers and depth of impact, right? So like, again, like my frameworks, it's always like it's risk, return, and impact level. So you can look at different projects and see different impact potential. So for me, like lately, and I'm happy to share with like the audience as well, like I recently published an article about like, what if Barbie had been a proper impact film? Because one might look and say, wow, it's just like Barbie. It's like the plastic girl, as the pink world, you know, it's like the money-making machine. But what is like the other side of like female empowerment and all of that? So for me, that is a film that really like missed the point in creating more structured impact campaigns, for instance, and really like being more intentional, like what's like the messaging, or even going back to the script and say like, do I need, you know, to make such a strong stereotypical like man on one side and a woman on the other side to tell my story? Maybe yes, maybe no, won't go into this detail. But to say that I think they're like levels. So we can be talking really about like Sound of Freedom. It's like super political, right? And I think a few people would like to touch that, and many people say like, I won't touch that, you know? And you can go into something that like maybe like in between. So you can be talking about like mental health, for instance, and you go into like a great, you know, horror story around like mental health or dystopian futures or whatever it is. Or you can go into something that is a bit like more like rom-com, but you have like some elements that you really go into like, can we question like what's the depth of love? You know, can we question what's like eternity? So I think that's an important thing, is like for each film, you can have a different impact strategy. You can have a different messaging, and you can have a different depth, and that's totally okay. The thing is, knowing what's the message that you want to have across, and who does it actually match to. So what kind of partners can you bring on board, because they're also aligned in the same kind of message, you know? So, and of course, like there are like few impact film funds still out there. Many are still like trying their, you know, their luck out there, trying to understand what's going to be their model. I won't be selling any of them tonight. I'd just like to be very clear here. But I would say that like some want to see a very structured, like, you know, like super relevant kind of like impact. And some, if it's like more commercial, it's fine. But you want to see like a few like boxes being ticked. And that's when it comes like this intentionality. And I think passion, of course, is like part of like filmmaking, but it's also like how committed are you to quote unquote the cause that you're actually like dealing with, you know? So for instance, I do love 13 Reasons Why, although it's also like it's a heavy kind of like series, but it's really tackling several like different points. And the way they also did is like you have like supporting material, and maybe you can do this with like any kind of film at the end of the day, more or less, you know.
Yeah, interesting. So step 2, again, just so it's sort of crystal clear for everyone on where is the money coming from with you know, when you're using an impact sort of strategy, you know, is it just government funds? Can it be private investors? Could you just you know, talk a little bit about where the actual money is coming from to paint a picture for everyone on how this works?
Yeah, I would say it's a very broad spectrum. And again, it will depend on like what's the topic that you're talking about. So if you want to talk about, you know, mental health, female empowerment, political causes, so on and so forth, it's very obvious that you should like really list all the NGOs, all the nonprofit organizations looking into the topic and reaching out to them, you know, and they might be your partners, say like, well, we agree with the approach that you're having to the topic with your story. We are willing to tap into our networks to really allow you to have more reach, to have like special screenings, to just like give you a bit more, you know, support when it comes to like the story development or the audience development strategy that you can have. Like, what are the markets that we can tap into and help you with distribution? So I see a very strong opportunity with NGOs that most films don't really like tap into. That's the first one. The second is definitely like governmental like agencies, quote unquote. So you have, you know, like more public funding behind some organizations that not necessarily work with film. And that's the tricky thing. I think we're still like in a learning or teaching kind of phase, that you have to really convince them that film is also sort of like a campaign. So many do like, I don't know, marathons, and, you know, you go and you run for a cause, and then like part of that money goes into. So you can do this kind of like matchmaking that, okay, I'm going to do the film on such a topic, and then as a counterpart, you will be like funding me, but we do the campaign, and then you also get money back. So it is like being creative. It's still like a point. And of course, private individuals. So if you manage to tap into some kind of like network or people who know people that are like, again, like topics close to their opinions, you know, and I have to say some like church can be one of the avenues there as well. And you have, of course, like companies that have, you know, like foundations and all of that. So going into like a different kind of like route that don't necessarily would be possible if you don't have this kind of like impact strategy with your film.
Okay, interesting. And I'd love to talk a little bit about really the intentions of that last bit, the private investors, because I think, you know, maybe it can be a little bit different with, you know, NGOs, nonprofits, you know, government organizations and so on. But when it comes to private investors, you know, you have this impact strategy, you know, you've got a clear message for your film, and you know that the investors really align with that message. When you're speaking to those private investors, to what extent do you think that they still care about the return on their investment versus, you know, spreading the message as widely as possible?
Tricky. So I've had like some conversations with people that I was sure they would be in no matter what return they would have on their investment. And essentially at the end, it's like, well, I'm not super sure yet about the cast and about the packaging. And I don't know if like there's like high probability of return of my investment. And it's just like curious. Yeah, this has been packaged as commercial film, and yet that was where they were like getting back to. So I would say that like the way I look at film and the way I look at impact like in business at large is like it has to make sense for the audience. There has to be, someone that wants to watch and pay for it. And of course, there are going to be, like marketing quote unquote campaigns where they don't really care. So you get, like Patagonia, for instance, like funding a lot of amazing content, but they don't care about any kind of return. It's part of like their own kind of like investment at the end of the day, right? Or you get even, participant media. And that's personally like my opinion that for some of their films, they completely disregarded what was the potential when it comes to like revenues. They invested, like double down into like impact campaigns and all of that. And they never really managed to like make the money back. And, after 20 years, at a certain point, just like, yeah, we're just like tired that this is not working, but why is it not working, right? So I think if you're talking about like, like NGOs, most likely they're not really looking for any return on their investments. But if you're going to go to private investors, either they have a very clear like tax kind of incentive, and then it depends really on the country and the regulation that is in place, right? So like right now I'm based like in Sweden, which is like radically like different from Germany or the UK or the US even, or like in Brazil, which is where I come from originally. So it really has like, it's very hard to talk about like this specific point to like a global audience, because it really will depend like where you're producing, who your co-producers, what kind of, incentives you can give depending on how you incorporated your film.
Okay, interesting. And I'd love to find out a little bit more about, what specific projects you're after. When you have filmmakers, because, after this call, there might be quite a lot of filmmakers who would love to work with you. What are the projects that, that most interest you? When you get someone reach out to you with a project, what are some of your criteria that make you really want to work on that project or perhaps not?
That's a very good question. Like right now, I'm not looking for new projects. I have like enough on my table. But I think that for me, intentionality is going to be the first thing that I look at. Okay, how genuine are you really like interested in that topic, and why is it that you're telling that story? I think I mentioned to you like an anecdote. It was like a beautiful story about like adoption, like very like, controversial kind of context, like a turnaround story and all of that. But at the end of the day, like just like the basic like few responses that I got back from like, the potential like filmmaker, just like, I don't want to collaborate with you, So I might fall in love with the story, but at the end of the day, you're going to be working with people. So you do have to hit it off. If you don't, it's very complicated. And I think like for me right now, of course, I am very much inclined to working with like female filmmakers. I think we need like to have more representation on screen, but also like behind the screen. So how is it that we can bring like this kind of like female voices out there? And then like when it comes to the topic, again, I think I want to see like a story that really like makes me interested. So there is also like a personal touch, because at the end of the day, it's going to be like years working on a film. If you're not talking about like a short film, like, so like now working on like 3 different like features, it's going to take some time. So you have to really like be like there with like with the topic somehow, and then see, is there really like a potential to bring the right cast on board? Is there the potential to have, like a story that will hit like the cinemas, that will hit, like a potential streamer or something like that? If it's just like, it's very niche, like one example is like, I'm working right now and someone like wrote something here about like a revenge film or so. I'm working on a film that I got like very passionate about, although I have like nothing to do with it, for instance, which is about like a terrorist finding redemption and love through like a journey where he meets, like this boy and all of that. And it's set in Kashmir. At the end of the day, it's a very political film, And for me, it was like, how can we bring like these untold stories to the screen in a way that is really like, interesting for like a global audience? And that's what I want to do in the end. But again, like this film has the most impact possible, but how many people want to touch it? So here, like being super candid and transparent with you all, there are like some topics that we might say, okay, yeah, let's give it a try. And maybe I say, okay, let's give it like a 6 months try and let's see how many people are interested in touching that, And then all of a sudden Netflix releases a film that is exactly the opposite of the political spectrum that's being covered by the film. So I think these are like things that are very hard for me to put into, like, that's what I look into, that's what I don't look into. So yeah.
Yeah.
I hope that helps a little bit.
Absolutely. And we've had this question from the audience, what about a film that's not about an impact topic specifically? So a revenge film, except the protagonist is disabled, would that be considered an impact film? So, to what extent does the topic of the film or the main topic of the film have to be something to do with impact, or can it sort of be a smaller subtopic or subplot within there?
In this case, I would say that what is the representation that you have of disabled people as main actors in films, as the protagonist? So if you see that the representation is low, then why not? And then the thing is, like, how do you make this actually be a topic within your story in a way that's not preachy, that is not cheesy, So
Yeah.
I think it's like, yeah, it's great, even for instance, like talking about like The Whale, right? It's just like, how would that film be so impactful, quote unquote, if you didn't have the character with that kind of like characteristics, So I think that you can really like give a completely different like plot twist and make it super interesting and super commercial, just because you added this element that will really bring to the plot a different kind of tension, So it can be. But then the thing is, like, what do you want to do with that character at the end of the day? Do you want to really explore the disability in a way that portrays it in a hopeful, joyful, and loving way? So for me, maybe this is like my thread, like I want to tell stories that really inspire hope, love, and joy. And not necessarily they will like take like all the quote unquote like sustainability kind of topics, right? So there's like film that I'm working on right now that we could really like embed as like a second, third kind of layer. So like schizophrenia is like the top impact topic, followed by like self-acceptance at large. And then the third one is sustainable lifestyle choices, because it's a contemporary story with like characters that could really like embrace it. So it makes sense for the story, right? So you can like really have these kind of like supporting impact topics into the story and into like the strategy. The thing is all about like, how will you deal with it? Can you go back? And at the end of the day, it's like, how do you say that this is going to be, it's like revenge, but can you actually like tell that this is like the hero and you can be portrayed as a different kind of, disabled. So how can you break the stereotype? So I think, yes, there's like mostly almost any film, if you're not talking about like pornography and some, just like supporting like, I don't know, terrorism in the void that's like, like portraying like the other side of the story, or just like killing for the killing of it. I think they're like most of the stories we can kind of come up with like impact strategies that at the end of the day, like make something that's meaningful, create, like landing pages that allow the audience to continue the conversation later on. And then even on the impact strategy, it can be as little as just said, you have like a landing page that explores the topic a bit more, or you go into, like we're going to create, like a fundraiser, we're going to have like a social call out, we're going to like engage with NGOs. So it really can be like this small, a couple of like credit screens that you insert, and that's fine because it's also money, right? So what's like the money that you're bringing in? And I think in that sense, it's also like what kind of like organization you're getting support from, right? Because many times, again, just like going back to like the puzzle of funding a film, not necessarily you will have like the funder coming right into like the development stage. It might be that you will get like the funder to come into, like the marketing and audience development side of things. And maybe it's fine, So it can also be like an anchor that will convince others to come on board. So again, every film is a very different like animal from the other. You have to create like a whole strategy from scratch, and you can do really like a different strategy at different depths and reach the people that are interested in different depths of impact as well.
Interesting. And let's talk a little bit more about the strategy in that case. So you say you take on board a project, you think, okay, this can fit. Can you talk a little bit about how you put together that strategy, perhaps with a project that you've done in the past, perhaps that you can talk about, and how you assessed it and how you put together a strategy that worked?
Yeah. So like right now, most of my films are like work in progress. But like the strategies that I've worked on so far. So like essentially, I like to use a framework that's called theory of change. And the theory of change is a very old framework, has been around for like decades and is like used for different kind of like purposes, but essentially it tries to connect what's like the end goal, what is like the change that you want to see happening in society, in the environment, whatever, and what are the inputs. And for us in film, the inputs are really like the story elements. Who are the characters? Like what is like the plot that they're going to go through? What's like the arc of the story? What are the tension points? How are they changing through the story, right? And this is where it really like makes it interesting at the end of the day, that you can like tweak and twist here and there. So for instance, like talking about like schizophrenia, for instance, like, so how do we want to portray this lady in the case, right? So is it going to be like a person that's like completely crazy, completely like, has nothing together, and it's something that is like, it's almost like a monster? Or do you want to go back and do like some research, like how are people with schizophrenia actually like? What is the spectrum like? And then you bring these elements into like the character development of it. And what is like the story arc? Do you want to make this like a horror where like in the end she kills herself? Or do you want to make it in a way that there are like different ways of like treating the disease, in a way that at the end of the film, you actually give them like this hopeful feeling, like, oh, there is a different way of like going about it. It's not a person that's completely out of society at the end of the day. And with that, I have a message that I can go back to like NGOs and say like, this is how we see the illness. This is how we see that we can like use this as a conversation started going forward, right? So it's all about the story. So like I just like skimmed through like some of the comments here, and it's right. It's about like the story, the impactful elements that you weave into it, right? So with that framework, it allows us to, okay, let's go back. Let's like list all the characters we have. What is really like the profile of each one of them? What is it that's going to happen to them, which we call them like the output, So how are they changing? And is this information enough for the audience also to feel that there is some kind of like change that they perceive in their kind of like mental frameworks as well, right? And it's very subtle sometimes, because how can you say that one film changed everything? A few films actually do. But many films, it's going to be one more like data point. So that's why we also have to be somehow like patient with ourselves as we build like these kind of films as well, and say like, what is the true impact in society, and not be cocky enough to say like, oh, we're going to change everything,
That's super interesting. And can you maybe talk a little bit about, I mean, you've sort of mentioned it already, but the sort of how the strategy can go beyond helping you with funding, but also in terms of marketing, distribution, actually selling that film, and how that all plays together?
Many times, the filmmaker doesn't really come from that specific kind of quote unquote niche that they're like getting into the story. So by engaging these other like players, you allow the story to actually like travel to where you want to actually have them going to, right? So for instance, for the schizophrenia one, quote unquote, it's easy because like it's mental health, right? But meaning we are talking to like the largest NGOs talking about mental health and schizophrenia in several different countries right now. And with them, we're going to have access not only to like their direct like beneficiaries, so the people that are actually being served by the NGOs, but actually they have access to governments, to festivals, to like all kinds of different setups, universities, so on and so forth, that we can also with them go into these places that we would never be able to, like in a short period of time, develop these kind of relationships and get the film there, So in that sense, for me, it's one of the most like interesting ways of like looking into impact, of saying like, maybe me as a filmmaker wouldn't be able to get there, right? Mm-hmm. And I really want to have like films getting there at some point. And with that, you of course like you can come up with like strategy where say, well, we want to like offer a couple of the, you know, like free screenings. They're going to be like funded by the partner. And at the end of the day, what you start happening is like, it's like word of mouth, you know, just like making sure that you have like the screenings where also you have, you know, like theatrical release or like streaming release, that you can connect these things. And one thing that I haven't done so far, but I've seen like some other people like doing, is also like offering on a website, if you have like issues, you know, like negotiating with streamers and so on and so forth, if you're talking about like shorts, etc., that you actually charge people $1, $2 to actually like watch your film on your own website, and then you actually get like the monetization yourself. And then with these partners, they all like drive traffic like back to where you want them to be. So I think these are like alternative ways of also like making money for yourself, like bypassing distributors and so on, depending on like the level of film that you're doing, right? So it's also like an interesting kind of strategy if you're talking about like super like, you know, like indie filmmaking, short film formats. Because of course, if you're gonna do like a 5 million euro like budget film, you have to go to like the big ones, right? So, and I think that, for instance, like I mentioned like 13 Reasons Why. I think like some streamers that are getting like a bit more aware also like around the topic, and this might make it easier for them to also like look into this product and say, wow, maybe there's like something that has also an alignment with our mission, and we're trying to do with like CSR, which is corporate social responsibility, some kind of like foundation work. And I've seen also like hospitals, you know, like funding films that have as something like to do. But you have like so many, like it's a humongous number of organizations like talking to about like all kinds of topics. But then again, you might struggle if it's like too shallow of an impact. Then it might also like get like harder for you to get like, you know, a bigger organization to support your story.
I've got a question on, you know, if you are reaching out to NGOs, can you walk us through a little bit what we can expect that initial conversation to look like? I mean, you know, say, you know, there's a filmmaker over here, but you know what, this could be a nice partnership, but I don't know what I can get, whether it's marketing or money or what. And how do you like to have those initial conversations? How do you reach out to them, and what's, you know, how do you play that conversation if you're, you know, if you're not coming to them going, I need this in exchange for this? How do you play those initial conversations?
For me, it goes back to reaching out or just like going into like what's their mission. So you need to do some kind of like research and do your homework, right? So I think no matter what kind of professional you are, before you go into any commercial conversation, do your bloody homework, you know, like know what kind of organization they are, what kind of like strategies they have been using for their own fundraising. And what I always like to do is like tap into their own interests. So that's why it's so important to understand, what do they want to achieve? And with that, like, I know that you talk about this topic, and I know that you really like to go into XYZ, you know, arts and sports, whatever it is. And we're doing like this film that we think you would love to see and you would love to support in some kind of like way or form. Can we have a conversation? And it might be that in the past they have done some kind of like support towards like film, because I do know quite a few like organizations that look into film as a strategy, and most likely from like a marketing perspective. So in that sense, it might be like slightly easier that they understand, okay, and maybe it's like out of my reach from like a funding perspective, like meaning they wouldn't be able to fund it all. But I said, well, it's a material that I can use to also leverage my image. So again, always try to tap into their own interest. And again, most of the NGOs, they're always fundraising themselves. So how is it that you tell them like, well, I have a beautiful story that can really be told in a very original way and has everything to do with your vision and your mission. And because of that, I think we should definitely like talk and see if there's like a partnership available for us, you know? And then they might say yes, and many might say like no. And I think like we all know how many no's we get in this life, right? So I think like persistence it's key. I wouldn't say that just because your film can have impact, it will make your life much easier. Again, we're talking about film, we're talking about like making professional, having a good story, a good plot. And just, oh, we have like, you know, like a protagonist that this is this. Okay, but what's the story at the end of the day, right? So many times I think people also get a bit lost saying like, oh, it's impact, you know, it's like super beautiful. Give me the substance, you know? And I think like most of the people on the other side will also look into this. Even if it's like a marketing material, is there consistency? Is it something that's really compelling? It's not just because it's like the topic, that at the end of the day, they will want to like support your film as well.
Okay, that's great insight there. We've got a couple of questions from the audience, and guys, for everyone on, it would be fantastic if you guys any other questions you guys have. We'd love to answer those. Got one question from Stella. How do cultural and regional differences affect the ability and approach to impact funding? Any thoughts on that?
Again, in the whole impact world, I would say, and like putting all kinds of impact initiatives into like the same bucket, it's huge, right? So again, like I think I can speak a little bit with like property just because like, you know, I've been living in Europe for a long time. I lived in the US, I'm from Brazil. So I work, you know, like both with the global South and the global North. And many times what it's perceived as potential like impact for, you know, Brazil is something completely different for Germany or for Sweden, you know? So I think you always have to contextualize as well and go back to one super important question. Who's the audience of your film? And with that, then you can go to the right kind of like people and put like the filter of like cultural and regional like differences, as I think Stella is like mentioning, you know. Mm-hmm. So it does make a difference. I think there are like a few concepts that are like, again, general. Who's your audience at the end of the day? What is like the change of mind that you want to create? And why is it that you want to create that kind of like change of mind and behavior and community feeling? And also like what in that specific location or geography, they're interested in changing as well, right? So there's no right or wrong. There's like the better timing and the better kind of like placed topic at a certain time. So for instance, we want to talk about like, you know, below the poverty line situations, you know, what do Germans really know about it? How relevant is that for them? If it's in Africa, they have a long story between like Africa, you know, and in Europe at large that they might understand. And like, for instance, like Germany has been investing like heavily in Africa, some kind of, you know, like bad conscience back there, you know. But if you talk about like the same thing, like maybe it's like a story in Latin America, it's like, wow, is there like a resonance? You know, is it like something that's really needed? Are we going to be telling this like for our audience here? Is it like, you know, like for a global perspective? So we will have to do like this kind of work anyways, you know, which, let's face it, we should be doing as filmmakers anyways, you know. Of course, the creativity comes first, etc. And then, you know, it's like almost like the role of the producer to really like double down on that and say, okay, where do we fit this film commercially speaking, you know? And it's the same with impact.
Interesting. And we got a couple of questions that I think, you know, broadly speaking, fall into that same sort of category over here. But, you know, does cultural representation qualify as an impact film? You know, if you're, for example, have diverse casting, and then we also, I'm guessing that's a yes. Yeah, fantastic. And then we got another question over here, which is, it's actually interesting, you know, for a film that's set in Tibet, would that be too much of an impact? That means you will most likely lose the Chinese market. And I wonder, you know, expanding on that a little bit, do you ever worry with, for example, the people that you work with, the projects that you work with, and you're putting together a strategy that actually you will lose a big part of the market if you really go for a stronger message? And does that fall as part of your strategy as well?
It has to be part of the consideration, yes. So I think it's not Tibet, but it's like Kashmir, right? So like the story that we're still like trying to tell, and I have to say it's like super, super hard. It's the other side of the coin. In the government right now, that is like Hindu nationalist, where minorities have absolutely like no room, and it's like a protagonist that is actually, it's Muslim, and the other side is Sikh, you know. So in this case, just by bringing the minorities to the screen in a market that has no such stereotypes available, where women behave differently, etc., that in itself would be a huge impact. And then the question is, because it is so quote unquote revolutionary for that context, is it going to be made? You know? So I think when we're talking about like representation on screen, this is a huge topic when it comes to impact, because at the end of the day, we just need to see ourselves out there, you know? And for like white men, you know, like I'm married to a Swede and I tell him like, you will never understand that because you're just sort of typical, like blonde, blue-eyed white guy, you know? There's no issue, but I am a Latina, you know? Every time that I see a Latina on screen, I'm extra, like whatever the topic is, I'm extra excited about the film. So I think that, yes, it is like, it's a huge topic still, unfortunately, but we do need to see more content. But of course, like you could also always go to the second layer, like, but what's the story that you're telling at the end of the day, you know? Is it like hopeful? Is like, are you being cynical? And I think that unfortunately, so many filmmakers are just like cynical, and they're not trying to like portray any kind of hopeful or joyful or loving kind of like message out there, you know? And it might be your choice, but maybe your impact partner potential might say, yeah, you know, you're doing great on the representation, but on the second layer, maybe not that much. So yeah, I think again, it is as broad as possible, meaning that's why you need a strategy, because, you know, it's like, that's what I'm doing. You know, you might like it or not, but that's like the route I want to take. And maybe you give me an input that I might change a little bit, you know, and you might change like the end. You might change a couple of like the characters that you have in the plot so that you make a story that really is convincing to the audience, you know.
Yeah. I think what I'd add to that is that, especially filmmakers, but I think anyone starting any sort of business or venture needs to not be afraid to piss people off, because you absolutely will. And actually, it's not that you're going to piss 20% of the people off, but really, I think you should be quite targeted. You know, even if you're looking at a very, very, very broad audience, that's still probably going to be a relatively small percentage of the population of the planet. And actually, you should be aiming for that, because, you know, if you're everyone's cup of tea, you're just a mug. You know, that's sort of that expression. And it's so true that if you try and make a film that's for everyone, it won't really be for anyone. In the same way that if you start a company that's sort of for everyone, it's not, especially at the start, it's not going to be focused enough to,
And at the same time, I think that you might be for someone, but you might think about your story in a way that you don't piss too many people off, that you make more allies than enemies.
Yeah.
You know? And for instance, like there's like cannot talk much about it, but there's like yet another like Vatican story coming out, and like my whole like discussion with like the main producers are essentially like, do you want to bring them on board, or do you want to piss them as much that you really will leave like, you know, 1 billion people out of the conversation, and essentially this 1 billion people are the Western world that is your audience, and they say, interesting.
That's very interesting. It's a bit of a contrast to what someone just said. If you piss people off, you get traction and free marketing in the media, which is also true, actually. But sometimes there is definitely that balance of what will be best for the film, essentially.
And again, I would say that, yes, a film for everybody might be a film for no one at the end of the day. And when it comes like to impact, is also how many people we want to reach. Because if you're reaching just the converted on your topic, you're not really like creating any impact.
Yeah.
And that's why like I like to look into like commercial films, meaning like as broad as possible, because then I'm going to be talking to those that, you know, they might be lukewarm and they might, you know, like tip off. But if I'm talking only to the converted, what's the point?
Yeah.
You know, so it can be like a great topic to be discussed in universities, very specific, you know, like they will use it for years, and but like how many people will actually that needed to watch that will watch it, you know? So I think this is like one of the approaches that I like to have, and that's where for me the power of fiction lies, because you can really like tweak the story and make it work. Whereas when you're talking like about documentary, unfortunately, it's still like most of the of ourselves, like nerds converted, that it will be like watching those documentaries. Like very few actually like make through, you know. And then you really like get people to go into like the what you're trying to tell. And when we're talking about like indie filmmaking, this is where, you know, it's like, what's your passion and how much you want to piss people off? Meaning, how many people do you want to actually have watching your film, you know? And I don't think it's like a curse or like it's a bad name to actually say that you're doing something commercial that actually is going to sell. It's going to help you make money and allow you to make your second film, you know?
Yeah.
So I think it's not because it's impact that we don't have to think about the financials, you know? And that's like basically like my role with many like people that I talk to is just like, okay, how are you going to make money with that? And that's not, you know, like a bad word, making money with your film, because we all have to make a living and we need to like finance. Like I would have loved to do Barbie, you know, and have like all that, you know, like money and credentials to then go and do whatever it is that I want next, you know? Greta has like everything. And yeah, many people were just like, what did she do? Right. And are, you know, like Blaine's like, what? She did it for 50% of the population and it worked, you know? So
Yeah.
screw all of you all. So I think this is a little bit of also like, where do we need to get when thinking about like film and impact, which is what's the next one? What's the next story? And how do we make distributors like you, other producers, you know, other funders, and think, yeah, you have something because it's impactful. It touches on people's hearts in a different way. And maybe even more people start to look into what you're doing as well. So that's my 2 cents here.
I think over the last 2 days, there's definitely been a theme of stop thinking about right now or next month or even just this next project that you've got coming up, and think long term. Think about your entire career. Think how, you know, how this will impact everything. Because if you're just thinking that one step ahead, it's going to be very difficult to, you know, to build a sustainable career. Yeah, so that's definitely very true.
Yeah.
Julia, thank you so much for coming on and for having this conversation. I think it's definitely been a very important one, and yeah, and extremely informative as well. So thank you so much for coming on. It's been great.
My pleasure. So if people are like curious about like frameworks or whatever, I have like a couple of articles that I've published that can also give a bit more, you know, the nitty-gritty of of what is it that it's, because sometimes it's like hard to like make it like tangible, and that's why I wrote a couple of these things that are like, you know, like very concrete kind of examples of films that everybody or most of the people have like watched, and like then you start to understand like how can this potentially apply to your own film, you know.
Yeah, it'd be great if you have those links to hand to add them in the chat, or otherwise I can also send them through to all the attendees.
Yeah, I tried to post on the comments, but somehow it says that it has failed. So
okay, could you put in the private chat on the right hand side? You should be able to post there, and then I can add it to. There we go.
Yeah, there you go.
Right. So for everyone who is interested, I'm going to add that into the chat now. Great. So you guys can check that out and get some more information about that as well. But yeah, once again, Julia, thank you so much for coming on and providing all the information. And yeah, and hope that you have a wonderful rest of your evening.
Lovely. Thank you so much for having me, ZV. It's been like a pleasure, and you know I can talk about this like for hours. So, and congratulations on organizing the conference.
Thank you.
Wishing you all a great evening ahead. Take care.
Cheers. Take care. Okay, fantastic, guys. And for everyone else, once again, you know, thank you for sticking around until the end. Just a quick thing. So tomorrow we will be starting at the same time again. Tomorrow is the final day of the conference, where we're going to have multiple different talks as well. We'll have a talk about pitching, specifically pitching to decision makers. We'll have a talk on soft funding, where we'll be talking a little bit about utilizing government incentives, tax rebates. We're going to be talking about product placement, and also forming different relationships and partnerships with government organizations, tourist boards, etc. We're going to have a conversation with an executive producer of a short film that won an Oscar, And then we're going to have a talk with another executive producer on the exact process that he goes through to find private investors for his film and how that gets put into the entire journey. So hopefully some of the other talks that we've seen on finding private investment, you'll be able to put some of those things into a timeline and into a perspective that might put all the pieces of the puzzle together. So I hope to see you all again tomorrow. But until then, have a rest of your wonderful rest of your evening or rest of your day, depending on where you are. And we're looking forward to seeing you tomorrow. So once again, thank you guys so much. I'm going to leave just on a screen for another minute or so. Once again, for anyone who hasn't signed up to CineCircle Pro, you can do so by scanning this QR code over here. There has been some wonderful networking going on in the group over there, and lots of other things that you can get from that. But once again, thank you guys, and see you all tomorrow.